What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We're going to begin business today, as we do on a Tuesday, with Time for Reflection. And our Time for Reflection leader today is the Reverend David T. Young, who is the Parish Minister and the team leader at Helensburgh Parish Church. Reverend Young.
Presiding Officer, members of the Scottish Parliament, good afternoon and thank you for this opportunity to address you. In 2017, I had the privilege of participating in a pulpit exchange with a senior pastor in the Presbyterian Church, USA. For 6 weeks, I worked with Hickory First Presbyterian Church in North Carolina. I lived in my counterpart's home, drove his car, worked from his office, and preached from his pulpit. It was a daunting experience, travelling across the Atlantic to live and work amongst people I had never met in a place I had never visited. Then again, life begins at the end of our comfort zone. Being from Ardrossan, I was naturally quite concerned that my accent would bamboozle them. In fact, a member of the committee responsible for all staffing within the large church complex prayed ahead of my first sermon that the congregation would understand me. Of course, I had to share that with the congregation. They laughed, so the prayer must have worked. What struck me most during this cultural and professional exchange was the warmth of welcome. Connections with people were made so easily. The hospitality was fantastic, and the affirmation received from everyone with whom I was fortunate to come into contact, a complete blessing. Before returning to Scotland, I was interviewed by the local newspaper. The headline for the article stated simply, "They're like family," because I spoke of the warmth with which I was welcomed and the way in which they took me under their wing. I didn't have to cook a meal during the entire 6 weeks. We've all thought a lot about family and connections this past year. We've had to sacrifice birthdays and anniversaries and all the things we perhaps took for granted before COVID took over our lives. Our connections have largely been contained to our Wi-Fi networks, as my remote presence here demonstrates. At the same time, we've made new connections with neighbours and folks in our communities we'd otherwise simply wave at as we jump into our cars and head to work. As we cautiously look to brighter days when we can again be with all our loved ones, my hope and my prayer is that Parliament remembers the lessons this period has taught or reminded us, that above all else, relationship matters, affirmation matters, connections matter. Every blessing to you all, and thanks again.
Thank you very much, Reverend Young. We're going to move on now to the next item of business, but before we do, I've actually got a point of order from Bill Bowman. Bill Bowman to make a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I raise a point of order concerning my vote in the hate crime bill last Thursday evening. I intended to vote no, but accidentally voted yes in error. Now I'd be grateful for this to be recorded in the official report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. You won't be the first nor the last. You're not the first and you won't be the last, but thank you for making that point of order. We're going to move on now to the next item of business, which is consideration of business motion 24388 in the name of Graeme Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out changes to this week's business. Could I call on Graeme Day to move this motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. No member has indicated they wish to speak on the motion. The question, therefore, is that motion 24388 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. So we're going to turn now to topical questions. We have two questions this morning. The first one this afternoon. The first one is from Neil Bibby. Neil Bibby.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how it and Police Scotland are ensuring that women are protected from harassment and violence.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary Hamza Youssef.
I'm sure the member would agree that recent events have shone a spotlight on this issue and the scale of abuse, the scale of violence, harassment that women and girls face every day in our society. And I know my thoughts, the government's thoughts, and I'm certain the whole Chamber's thoughts continue to be with the family of Sarah Everard. I would take this opportunity to make clear our government's position that any form of violence against women and girls is simply unacceptable. We are investing significant levels of funding in frontline support services to ensure that women and children can safely access the support that they need. Police Scotland continue to prioritise cases of domestic abuse and harassment, and we are working closely with all of our justice partners to ensure that perpetrators receive a robust response and are held to account for their actions. I'm meeting with the Chief Constable later this week, and I will raise the matter with him directly. We have also recently established an independent working group to look at misogyny in Scotland, led by Baroness Kennedy, and it will report in months. It will consider how best we tackle misogynistic behaviour across our society, including street harassment. It is making excellent progress, with its first evidence session taking place on Friday. The Cabinet Secretary for Social Security and Older People has also extended an offer to meet with organisers of the Reclaim These Streets vigil in Edinburgh to discuss these hugely important matters.
Thank you. Neil Bibby.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. The tragic events of last week, the disappearance and death of Sarah Everard and the outpouring of women's own stories about harassment have been a reminder of men's violence against women and the fear that women too often face when they're going about their daily lives. And that is an issue not just in London or elsewhere in the UK, but right here in Scotland. Statistics out today show that while 89% of men report feeling safe walking alone in their own local areas after dark, for women it is only 65%. and this has decreased since before the pandemic. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary would agree this is unacceptable and we need to act now. Can I therefore ask, what has the Government done to improve the safety of women on Scotland streets? And what further prevention work will it do now to tackle the serious issue of men's violence towards women ahead of the misogynistic harassment group reporting?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Neil Bibby for his question? Can I agree with the substantial point that he makes? He references the Scottish Crime and Justice Survey. That does suggest that the majority of women feel safe in their communities, but he's absolutely right. There is a disparity between the numbers of men who feel safe versus the number of women who feel safe, and that cannot be right. We'll continue to fund important organisations like Gender Scotland, like Zero Tolerance Scotland, where we can provide them with funding, and support organisations like White Ribbon Scotland, who challenge men to stand up against male violence towards women. I think ultimately we have to listen to women, and I reference the fact that the Cabinet Secretary for Social Security and Older People is meeting with the organisers of Reclaim the Streets. We'll also take the action necessary where we can through legislation to protect women. Just as the member is aware, just tomorrow, in fact, we will be debating in this Parliament stage 3 of the Domestic Abuse Protection Order Bill, Protection Bill. That will allow police and courts to issue a suspected perpetrator of domestic abuse with a protection notice or indeed a protection order. That will mean that the victim of domestic abuse, in 80% of cases, of course, that is a woman, that a domestic abuse victim will not have to flee their home simply for their own safety. So where we can take legislative action ahead of the misogynistic misogyny and the criminal law working group, then we will take that action. Where we can work with third sector partners, we will do that. And where the opposition and others want to work cross-party, then this government will absolutely make themselves available to be part of that solution.
Thank you. Neil Bibby.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, and we certainly will work with the Government cross-party to tackle this issue. We've all been horrified by the story of Sarah Everard, who lost her life due to men's violence simply by walking home. However, even at home, women are not safe from violent men, and yet we also know that it's too often the victims of violence that are forced into economic hardship and forced to upend their lives in order to flee from violence, whereas their abusers too rarely face retribution for their actions. Domestic abuse is the 4th most common reason given for a homeless application in Scotland. As the Cabinet Secretary said, tomorrow we will be voting on the Domestic Abuse Protection Scotland Bill. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, will the Government support Rhoda Grant's amendments which seek to ensure no victim loses their right to a home from a social landlord following their experience of abuse? And what has the Government done to explore how these rights could be extended to the private rented sector?
Cabinet Secretary Hamza Youssef.
I can again thank Neil Bibby for his questions. The Government intends to support a number of Rhoda Grant's amendments in tomorrow's debates. There may be one or two that we think have an unintended adverse consequence, and we can debate those tomorrow, but certainly a number of Rhoda Grant's amendments the Government will be looking to support. When it comes to domestic abuse, I'm pleased to say this Parliament has managed not just to reach consensus, but often unanimity on our desire to tackle this particularly pernicious crime. And as I say, I will continue to work with members right across the political spectrum to see what we can do to ensure that not just our streets, not just our communities, but as Neil Bibby says, our homes are safe for women. And that process must start by listening to the quite frankly horrendous testimonies that we've heard from women about how they feel unsafe in our communities. So I will pledge to work closely with any member who wishes to stamp out male violence against women.
Thank you. We've got 3 members who wish to ask a supplementary. If we have concise questions and answers, we'll get through them all. Shona Robertson, to be followed by Lee MacArthur. Shona Robertson.
Thank you. The horrific murder of Sarah Everard has been felt strongly by so many, and my thoughts are also with her family and her friends. Many women have reflected, including myself, of not feeling safe on the streets, of holding our keys in our hand, and we shouldn't have to feel like that. So does the Cabinet Secretary think that in addition to the work of the newly formed misogyny working group, that we do need to consider urgently what further action needs to be taken to ensure women's safety? And surely that must include working with boys at an early age change the attitudes of the next generation?
Cabinet Secretary.
I couldn't agree more with Sean Robinson, who has often raised these issues in the parliamentary chamber. What I would say is that we're pleased to work with projects like Emily's Test, led by the really inspirational Fiona Dre, which does actually seek to work with young men, young boys, in order to deal with issues of toxic masculinity. I do think we have to address these issues that Sean Robinson mentions. I know and I'm pleased to have seen a project by Rape Crisis Scotland where they go into high schools, again, talking to young people, but predominantly aiming their education towards young boys about issues around consent and so on and so forth. But I couldn't agree more with the general point that Sean Robinson is making. We don't have to wait for the working group in order to get on with taking action. Tomorrow will be an example of that when this Parliament hopefully will pass the Domestic Abuse Protection Scotland Bill, but equally where we can work with other organisations, with third sector partners, to do that work with our young men, young boys in society, then that is work that this government absolutely supports.
Thank you. Liam MacArthur, to be followed by Annie Wells.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I declare an interest as an ambassador for White Ribbon Scotland, Orkney? Like many over lockdown, I've found a daily walk not just a luxury but a need. I take that for granted. I can do it safely day or night. With news of Sarah Everard's murder and the discussions that have followed, it's horrifically clear that too many women don't enjoy the same privilege. The stories of street harassment have been harrowing. It's not acceptable, and women should have the right to feel safe. Scottish Liberal Democrats believe a commission should be established to build on the work of Dame Helena Kennedy's group, come forward with recommendations and pave the way for the changes that need to be made. Is that an idea that commands the support of the Cabinet Secretary?
Cabinet Secretary.
I would certainly be willing to explore that with an open mind. I heard this morning on Good Morning Scotland, Liberal Democrat Carol Lindsay. I've often found her to be a very considered and thoughtful individual, and certainly this idea that's been presented by Liam MacArthur in terms of commission is absolutely something that I'd be happy to explore, because in some respects, of course, we have to accept that although legislation can play its part, it is not the only answer. We've heard from Fiona Robinson and others that education is clearly a part of that. So a commission may help in bringing all of those strands of work together. So I will certainly engage with Liam MacArthur and anybody else directly on any proposals they have to tackle the scourge of men's violence against women.
Thank you. And Annie Wells.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. May I also send my condolences to the friends and family of Sarah Everard. The latest figures from the Crown Office highlight how prevalent domestic abuse still is within our society, with the number of domestic abuse charges in 2019-2020 at a 4-year high. Yet any domestic abuser convicted to less than 4 years in prison will be automatically let out halfway through their sentence. This soft-touch approach to justice does not protect victims. So will the SNP and the Cabinet Secretary commit to ending automatic early release for perpetrators of domestic abuse, as well as other criminals who also enjoy this luxury?
Cabinet Secretary.
I can say it's a shame that Annie Wells has chosen to politicise the issue in such a way. We, of course, ended our automatic early release for long-term prisoners, which was introduced by her own party. But the issue around tackling domestic abuse, I think, will be debated most effectively tomorrow. We have the opportunities of Parliament to hopefully unite, transcend the politics, and unite and pass the Domestic Abuse Protection Scotland Bill, which will allow Police Scotland, it will allow our court to impose a domestic abuse protection notice and indeed a domestic abuse protection order, where for the first time a suspected perpetrator of domestic abuse can be removed from their home. Therefore, the victim of domestic abuse can remain with their family in the family home, not have to end up fleeing the family home, not end up homeless. Now, if Annie Wells would like to be part of that coalition that is giving that additional protection to the victims of domestic abuse, which are predominantly women, then I would very much welcome that. And if they have any other ideas that we can take forward to protect victims of domestic abuse, then of course I will listen to them. But trying to frame this as a debate versus soft versus hard justice, I'm afraid, is not doing the issue any justice whatsoever. We will follow the data, we will follow the evidence, and we will continue to take a smart justice approach.
Thank you very much. Question number 2, Beatrice Wishart.
To ask the Scottish Government whether its discussions have concluded with the OECD regarding publication timetables relating to its review of Curriculum for Excellence.
Cabinet Secretary John Swinney.
President Officer, my officials have written formally to the OECD highlighting the motion agreed by Parliament on the 17th of February that called for the immediate publication of its draft report and asking the OECD to confirm if this would be possible and to clarify their position on the matter. In responding, the OECD has made its position very clear. It will not publish its draft report, nor will it allow the Scottish Government to do so. The correspondence has been published on the Scottish Government's website. We now need to let the OECD focus on finalising its findings and the drafting process. I look forward to the publication of the final report in June and to its helping inform a dispassionate discussion on the future of Scottish education. Beatrice
Wishart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, but the problem is the Cabinet Secretary has got himself into a bit of a bind here. 322 days ago, Scottish Liberal Democrats first called for the public to hear from the OECD before the election. And then at the Education Committee in September, I specifically asked whether the Cabinet Secretary would contact the OECD to request an interim report. He replied, quote, "I will be happy to discuss that with it." But our Freedom of Information request showed ministers did precisely nothing. It took a defeat of Parliament to coax the Cabinet Secretary into giving anyone anything before the election. Presiding Officer, the public are being asked to judge the SNP on the record on education. But the Cabinet Secretary has orchestrated this obstruction through his agreements and inaction. Why didn't the Cabinet Secretary contact the OECD in September when he said he would?
Cabinet Secretary.
President Officer, the OECD review was commissioned by a government response to decisions taken by the Education and Skills Committee and in Parliament. The proposals were put forward, the remit was agreed, and then, of course, we've had the impact of COVID, which has disrupted the ability of the OECD to engage with schools because of the period of disruption that we had going back to last March. I explained to Parliament in a government-inspired question the timetable that would be followed by the OECD that was agreed to enable them to follow the proper process that they are taking forward. And we have asked this respected international organisation to undertake that exercise. I think we should leave that organisation to do exactly that. I've made every endeavour to try to secure early publication insofar as that's possible, and the OECD have indicated that is not possible.
And Beatrice Wishart.
The government could have asked for a change and for something before the election, just like it asked the OECD to extend its work to cover exams. The government is the client. But timings aren't my only concern. The Scottish Practitioners Forum is, quote, shaping and developing this report. And that sounds sensible until you learn Education Scotland and the SQA are on that Practitioners Forum. They are under the microscope. So what are they doing on a group shaping and developing this report?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think the points that Beatrice Wishart sort of glides past in her question are the fact that on 2 occasions we have asked the OECD to extend further the scope of the work that are undertaken. This started off as an examination of the senior phase. It was extended to the broad general education. It's also extended into assessment. So I don't think it's a particular surprise that the timescale extends, and we've also had the disruption of COVID. In relation to the Scottish Practitioner Forum, the Scottish Practitioner Forum draws together a number of practising members of the education system in Scotland. It's led, for example, by Tony McDade, the Executive Director of Education Resources at South Lanarkshire Council. It involves classroom teachers, it involves head teachers, it involves heads of service from local authorities, a college principal. It involves Professor Mark Priestley, who undertook the what I would describe as pretty challenging review of the SQA in the light of the exam issues last year. And yes, of course, there is participation from Education Scotland and the Scottish Qualifications Authority to make sure the OECD are able to speak to the range of different participants in the delivery of Scottish education. That was what the OECD asked us to put together, was a practitioner forum that they could engage in discussion and debate with, and it has to be representative of the whole of the education system in Scotland.
Thank you. If you're quick, Jamie Green to be followed by Ross Greer. Jamie Green.
Thank you. On the 17th of February, the Deputy First Minister told this chamber, I quote, "I will share draft findings from that work in March, with a final report to be published in June." Given that he is now saying that the OECD won't let him share those findings, can I simply ask, have they changed their mind? Has he changed his mind? Or did Parliament misunderstand his promise to the chamber?
Cabinet Secretary.
I actually have placed a document in SPICE which enables members of Parliament to access that material. That is precisely what I have done. Now, the OECD have indicated, and I've published the correspondence, that that must be treated as a confidential document. So I'm trying my level best to meet the terms of Parliament's requests along with the strictures that apply to me in a contract that we have agreed with the OECD. And I don't think a government minister breaching a contract is a particularly good look for the Parliament to ask that I should undertake.
Ross Greer to be followed by Claire Adamson. Ross Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. While we wait for the OECD report, a report by the Social Market Foundation was published today covering very much the same ground. It suggested that Scotland should move away from the single high-stakes end-of-term exam model and towards a continuous assessment approach. Without wishing to preempt the OECD report, would the Education Secretary acknowledge that the time for change in Scotland's exam system has now come?
Slightly broader question, but briefly, Mr.
Well, it may be broader, Presiding Officer, but it's absolutely relevant. And there was commentary just yesterday morning in broadcast media from the Commission on School Reform, who were taking a slightly different point of view to the one that Mr Greer has put forward. But the point that Mr Greer puts to Parliament is an issue which I think must be openly debated and discussed. We must have an assessment system that reflects our curriculum and which commands confidence within the country. And there's perfectly legitimate arguments for a continuous assessment model versus an end-of-session examination model, or a mixture of both, which is essentially some of the arrangements we have just now. But I think that issue that Mr Greer raises is an entirely legitimate issue for us to focus on, and there's plenty of evidence out there for us to have that discussion.
Claire Adamson. We may have lost Claire Adamson from the looks of things. I'm afraid so. We're going to have to move on now. That concludes topical questions. We'll move on to the next item of business. And the next item is a statement from the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, on COVID-19. The First Minister will, as usual, take questions at the end of her statement. I would encourage all members who wish to ask a question, please press your request to speak button, and I call on the First Minister.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. My statement today will set out our next steps out of lockdown and back towards a way of life that is much closer to normality. I intend to set out in some detail how and in what order we hope to ease restrictions between now and the middle of May, and I will set out, albeit in more general terms, our expectations beyond that. I must stress, of course, because it is simply an inescapable fact, that being able to deliver on the plans I outlined today is dependent on continued progress in suppressing the virus and rolling out vaccines. However, I do hope that this statement will provide welcome reassurance that brighter days are indeed ahead of us. Before turning to the detail, I'll provide some context on the state of the epidemic, and I'll start with a summary of today's figures. 597 positive cases were reported yesterday, which is 3.8% of all tests carried out, and takes the overall number of cases now to 210,605. 440 people are currently in hospital. That's 7 fewer than yesterday, and 42 people are in intensive care. That is 2 more than yesterday. I also regret to report that in the past 24 hours, a further 7 deaths have been registered, and the total number of deaths under that measurement is now 7,517. And once again, my deepest condolences go to all those who have lost a loved one. Indeed, 1 week today, when we mark the first anniversary of lockdown, the whole nation will be invited to share in a minute's silence as we reflect on those we have lost and on the painful sacrifices that have been made by so many over the past year. Presiding Officer, we are currently, as of now, recording across Scotland an average of 570 new COVID cases each day. And there are 2 points about that which it is important to make. The first is positive. Case numbers have fallen sharply since the early part of this year, as a result, of course, of the tough restrictions we're all living under. In January, we were recording more than 1,000 cases a day on average, and even just 3 weeks ago, the average number of cases each day was 815. So we've seen a significant reduction since then, which indicates the progress that has been made in suppressing the virus. The second point is slightly less positive. The 570 cases per day on average over the past week is up slightly from an average of 490 the week before. Now, that's not a massive increase, but it's clearly not the direction of travel we want to see, so we'll be monitoring it carefully and also taking it as a reminder that we have no room for complacency. Care and caution in the face of this virus continues to be essential. What is unambiguously positive so far is the progress of the vaccination programme. We have now vaccinated virtually all over 65-year-olds and also 59% of 60 to 64-year-olds, 41% of 55 to 59-year-olds and 34% of 50 to 54-year-olds. In total, as of 8:30 this morning, 1,943,507 people have received the first dose of the vaccine. That is already more than 40% of the adult population and is an increase of 34,516 since yesterday. We expect around 400,000 vaccinations to be administered over this week, and we hope that level can be maintained through April, subject, as always, to vaccine supplies. However, it's not just the scale of the vaccination programme that is positive. What we are learning about its impact is also hugely encouraging. We can already see that it is having a significant impact on the number of deaths. According to National Records of Scotland, the number of COVID deaths has more than halved in the past 2 weeks. And there are now also positive indications from research, including a study last week from Public Health Scotland, that the vaccines also reduce transmission of the virus, and that is really significant. So this provides us now with greater confidence than we could have had previously about the impact of the vaccine on suppression of the virus. And that in turn gives us more confidence about mapping a path out of lockdown with a firmer indicative timeline for lifting restrictions. We have, of course, announced and implemented some significant changes already. Last week, the restrictions on outdoor gatherings and activities were eased slightly. And as of yesterday, all primary-age children are back in school full-time, and the phased return of secondary schools is also underway. After the Easter break, which for some will be the 12th of April, we hope that all children will be back in school full-time. Now, obviously, we will continue to monitor the impact of these changes. However, I am able to set out now some further changes that we hope to be able to make in early April. I can confirm, firstly, that we expect to lift the current stay-at-home rule on the 2nd of April. Initially, although we hope this will be for no more than 3 weeks, stay-at-home will be replaced by guidance to stay local. In other words, not to travel outside your own local authority area unless for an essential purpose. People will continue to be able to meet up outdoors, including in private gardens, in groups of no more than 4 from 2 households. Our other changes in early April will take effect from Monday the 5th. On that day, we expect contact sports for 12 to 17-year-olds to resume. We also expect that from 5th April, more students, particularly in further education, will be allowed to return to on-campus learning. Colleges will prioritise those students whose return is essential, including those who are most at risk of not completing their courses. and that includes those who are taking qualifications in construction, engineering, hairdressing, beauty and related courses. We also expect to begin the phased reopening of non-essential retail on the 5th of April. Click and collect retail services will be permitted to reopen from that date, along with homeware stores and car showrooms and forecourts. And garden centres will also be able to reopen on the 5th of April, which I know is important as we head towards the summer period. And last, but for some of us definitely not least, we expect hairdressers and barber salons to reopen for appointments on the 5th of April as well. Presiding Officer, these changes will, I hope, make a real difference to people in a number of different ways. However, given the state of the virus and the extent of vaccination, what I have just set out is the maximum we consider possible at that stage to do safely. However, during April, we expect our vaccination programme to reach an important milestone. By the middle of April, supplies permitting, which I have to say is still a necessary caveat, we will have offered first doses of the vaccine to all 9 priority groups identified by the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation. These 9 groups include everyone over the age of 50 and all adults with particular underlying health conditions and, of course, all unpaid carers as well. And crucially, these groups account for a significant majority of the country's adult population. And even more crucially, they cover groups of the population that, between them, account for approximately 99% of all COVID-related deaths. So reaching that milestone and also taking account of the fact that it takes a couple of weeks for protection from the vaccine to kick in, it will give us confidence to ease restrictions much more significantly from the 26th of April. So on that date, we expect all parts of Scotland currently in level 4 to move down to a modified level 3. The island communities currently in level 3 will have the option to move at that stage to level 2. However, given what I am about to set out on travel restrictions, we intend to discuss that with these communities over the next couple of weeks. So let me turn firstly to the position on travel. We expect that from 26 April, restrictions on journeys within mainland Scotland will be lifted entirely. However, if restrictions on socialising and hospitality are relaxed more quickly and significantly on the islands, there may be a need to retain some restrictions on travel to and from the mainland to protect island communities from the importation of new cases. However, rather than just impose that decision now on our island communities, we intend to discuss it directly with them to determine what arrangements they consider will work best for their circumstances. We hope that restrictions on journeys between Scotland and other parts of the UK and the wider common travel area can also be lifted, if not on April the 26th, then as soon as possible thereafter. However, we need to keep this under review as part of our efforts to reduce the risk of new cases being imported into Scotland, and we will update the position during April. Reducing the risk of importing new cases and new variants is also directly relevant to the issue of international travel. We intend to discuss with the aviation sector later this week how and when non-essential travel to some international destinations may be possible again. Like the UK Government, we are certain that this will not be achievable before the 17th of May. However, our view is that it may well not be possible for a further period after that, given the circumstances and the situation with the virus in many other parts of Europe and the world. And even when overseas travel does resume, it is likely that a requirement for pre-departure and post-arrival testing will remain in place for some time to come. But we will keep this issue under close review. I want to turn now to the other changes we hope to make from the 26th of April. On that date, we expect all remaining retail premises to reopen. All tourist accommodation will be able to reopen from that date too, subject, of course, to any wider restrictions that remain in place, for example, on hospitality. We expect that libraries, museums and galleries will also reopen from 26 April. Our expectation is that indoor gyms will reopen for individual exercise on that date. Work in people's homes will resume, as well as driving lessons. And we expect that the limit on attendance at weddings, funerals and associated receptions will be raised to 50 from 26 April. From that date, the restrictions on outdoor socialising we expect will be eased further too. From that date, 6 people from up to 3 households will be able to meet outdoors and with no mainland travel restrictions in place, as I said earlier. 12 to 17-year-olds will be able to meet outdoors with up to 6 people from 6 households. Now, unfortunately, given that the risk of transmission we know is greatest inside our own homes, where it's much more difficult to comply with mitigations like physical distancing, we cannot yet say if it will be possible to have people from other households visit us indoors from this date. But given how important this is to all of us, we do intend to keep this under ongoing review. The hospitality sector will also begin to reopen from 26 April. From that date, cafes, restaurants and bars will be able to serve people outdoors in groups of up to 6 from 3 households until 10 p.m. Alcohol will be permitted and there will be no requirement for food to be served. We also hope, though this in particular depends on continued suppression of the virus, that there will be limited indoor opening of hospitality from 26 April too. This will be limited initially to the service of food and non-alcoholic drinks until 8 p.m. and for groups of up to 4 people from no more than 2 households. As was the case last year, venues will need to retain customers' contact details for 3 weeks after their visit. Finally, we will advise that from 26 April, people on the shielding list can return to work, children and young people on the shielding list can return to school or nursery, and students on the shielding list can return to college or university. And the Chief Medical Officer will write this week to everyone on the shielding list to provide more detailed advice. Now, as is obvious, the changes that we hope to make on the 26th of April are significant. We will therefore need to monitor them carefully. For that reason, we do not expect any further changes to be made before the 17th of May, 3 weeks later. However, from that date, we hope that all Level 3 areas, or as many as possible, will move to Level 2. We would hope that from that date, indoor hospitality could return to greater normality, with alcohol able to be served indoors and within more normal opening hours, though possibly with some continued restrictions, a requirement for booking in 2-hour slots, for example. The precise detail of any continued restrictions will depend on an assessment of the situation closer to the time, but we will be aiming for as much normality as possible. On 17th May, we also hope that adult outdoor contact sports and indoor group exercise can resume. We would also hope that cinemas, amusement arcades and bingo halls will reopen from that date, and that outdoor and indoor events, albeit perhaps on a small scale to begin with, will also restart. We will confirm capacity limits with the events sector over the next few weeks. We also hope that colleges and universities will return to a more blended model of learning from mid-May, meaning that more students can be on campus. Further face-to-face support services will also resume, as will non-professional performance arts. Finally, on 17th May, we expect restrictions on outdoor social gatherings to ease further. And if this has not proved possible before this date, we also expect that people will then be able to meet up inside each other's homes again, initially in groups of probably up to 4 people from no more than 2 households. Now, let me come back to that point, because I know that the restriction on indoor meetings has been one of the hardest parts of lockdown for most of us to bear. Unfortunately, though, it is necessary, and I note that the easing of this restriction is not expected before mid-May in England either. However, all of us yearn to meet with friends and loved ones indoors again, and I know this is especially important for those people who live alone. So we will be keeping this under ongoing review, and we will seek to restore as much normality just as soon as it is safe to do so. Presiding Officer, I also want to give an update today on business support. In the past year, we have provided more than £3 billion of direct support to businesses in Scotland, and for the entirety of the next financial year, we will provide 100% rates relief for retail, hospitality, leisure and aviation businesses. When I spoke in advance of the UK budget, I said that the strategic business framework, which supports closed businesses, would continue until June, even if some businesses were able to open before then. However, a number of businesses have asked us to instead adopt a model of restart grants as we emerge from lockdown. We've decided to follow this advice. So I can confirm that on 22nd March, Recipients of support under the Strategic Business Framework Fund will receive a final 4-week payment. There will be no new claims after that date. And then on the 19th of April, recipients will receive a combined final payment comprising a further 2 weeks closure support and a one-off restart grant. For eligible retail businesses, this will mean a payment on the 19th of April of up to £7,500, and for eligible hospitality and leisure businesses, a payment of up to £19,500. And this will provide support that is both more generous and also more flexible than previously envisaged. Presiding Officer, the steps I have outlined today give a significant degree of clarity for the period between now and the middle of May. The unpredictable nature of this virus means, and I hope people can understand this, that it is difficult to give quite as much clarity beyond that point. However, our hope and ambition is that from the early part of June, all of Scotland will move to level 1, which will allow for a further easing of restrictions. And then by the end of June, we hope that all of Scotland will move to at least level 0. Now, level 1 and even more so level 0 will be a massive improvement on where we are right now. But those levels still involve some restrictions, and so we hope that we will be able to get beyond even that. We will be assessing the situation as people would expect on an ongoing basis with a view to restoring as much normality as possible. It is our fervent hope and also our tentatively increasing expectation that vaccination, continued and effective use of test and protect, and probably a continued compliance with some precautions like good hand hygiene, for example, will allow us to keep COVID under much greater control. And that this will then allow us to enjoy many of the things that we took for granted before the pandemic. For example, normal family gatherings where we can hug our loved ones, sporting events, gigs and nightclubs. Now, for me to set out a precise date for all of that right now would involve plucking it out of thin air, and I'd probably be doing it to make my life easier, not yours. So I'm not going to do that. But I do believe that over the coming weeks, as more and more adults are vaccinated, it will be possible to set a firmer date by which many of these normal things will be possible. And I am optimistic that this date will be over the summer. And I know I will not be the only one now looking forward with a real sense of hope to hugging my family over the course of this summer. Presiding Officer, 3 months ago, when we had to reimpose lockdown in the depths of December, it was a dark moment in an unbelievably tough year. I know how difficult the last few months have been, and I will never underestimate and I will never stop being grateful for the sacrifices, the really hard, painful sacrifices that everyone has made. But now, thanks to those sacrifices and the success of the vaccination programme, we are in a much brighter position. As we move further into spring, children and young people will be back in school full-time. Shops and services, we hope, will be reopened. We'll be able to travel more widely. We'll be able to see more of our friends and loved ones and start to meet again in bars, cafes and restaurants. As we move into the summer, an even greater degree of normality, hopefully something much closer to actual normality, with the ability to hug those we love, will become possible. All of that should fill us with optimism. This is certainly the most hopeful I have felt about the situation for a long time. However, as you would expect, I do need to add a note of caution. I know this is the bit none of us want to hear, but the route back to normality does depend on continued suppression. Right now, things are much better, but hundreds of us are still getting this virus every day. Last week alone, more than 200 people were admitted to hospital with the virus. We are getting it under control, but it is still dangerous and it is now even more infectious. So we must continue to suppress it to the lowest level possible as we try to get our lives back to normal. So for now, please continue to stay within the rules. Until April the 2nd, please stay at home, except for specific purposes. Please don't meet people from other households indoors, and please follow the facts advice when you are out and about. By doing all of this over the last long, difficult months, we have protected each other and saved lives. By doing it in the few weeks ahead, we can make steady and sure progress back to normality. And we will continue to protect each other as we journey towards those brighter days that I do firmly believe are now in sight.
Thank you very much. First Minister, we're going to turn now to questions. I encourage all those who haven't already done so to press their buttons, and I call Ruth Davidson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today's update, as briefed, has started to give some clarity as to when various sectors can reopen. Frankly, it's clarity they were calling for and expecting 3 weeks ago when the First Minister said she would reveal her roadmap out of the restrictions. But that notwithstanding, it will give much encouragement to those who are desperate to get back to work, shops to welcome customers and hairdressers to welcome clients. But a statement can be as instructive by what is not mentioned as much as the information that is. And we know there's a huge job to get public services affected by COVID back online, whether that's NHS testing and treatment, the backlog of court cases or support services for those with special needs. Presiding Officer, for a week, beginning with International Women's Day and ending on Mothering Sunday, last week was a particularly tough week for women. The disappearance of Sarah Everard and the discovery of her body shocked us all. It led to an outpouring of stories from women across the country of times that they'd been attacked or intimidated, catcalled, flashed at, followed, stalked, abused or threatened. The First Minister recognises this and used her own social media channels to offer support. And of course she can't solve all these problems, but she could offer specific action in specific areas to make things just a little better. The First Minister will have been as struck as I was this week by the number of women explaining how their horizons have narrowed during COVID, that basic pursuits that most men don't think twice about, like going for a walk or run or other outdoor exercise in the evening or after dark, simply isn't an option for them if they want to feel safe and stay safe. So I'm asking her to look again at moving up the reopening date of well-lit and well-supervised safe exercise spaces like gyms, so that people across Scotland, but especially women, can get out of the house and do basic exercise without fear. Another improvement would be to reopen all scans and stages of pregnancy treatment to partners, so that women aren't going through so much of the patient pathway alone. And further, the First Minister has previously talked of diagnostic testing restarting, but we know from recent data that urgent referrals for treatment of possible cervical cancer is down around half on rates for 2019. London is trialling at-home smears, so can the First Minister commit to looking at a similar catch-up scheme here? And finally, we've seen a rise in violent crime across Scotland, just at the time that the backlog of court cases has soared. Can we increase the number of High Court sittings and take the court on circuit so that those waiting for justice, particularly those having been subject to violent or sexual crime, can get that justice earlier?
First Minister.
Firstly, had I announced everything I've announced today 3 weeks ago, I would have been doing so without the confidence that we would have reached a stage of having suppressed the virus and vaccinated enough people to make it safe. And what I've tried to do, and some people will agree, some people will disagree, from day one of this pandemic, literally every single day, is take balanced decisions that put the overall safety of the country first. And that is what I am going to continue to do each and every single day. That's more important than headline grabbing or doing things to make the lives of politicians easier, because my job is to protect, as well as I can, the safety of the population at large. And I would repeat again that because of the cautious approach we took coming out of lockdown last year, we kept things open longer than was the case in other parts of the UK. And of course, we're coming out now of our second national lockdown. Other parts of the UK are coming out of their third national lockdown. So these are decisions that are important to get right. Opening up public services that have had to be paused is a priority. And actually, it's because we give that priority, schools being at the top of that list, that we have to be more cautious with opening some parts of our economy, because we can't do everything when headroom to suppress the virus is so limited. So we have unapologetically and unashamedly prioritised the return of schools, and getting the health service back operating normally is a real focus now. The Health Secretary and I had a roundtable discussion just yesterday with representatives from across the health service, hearing directly from them about the priorities and the needs that they have. We've just established a new Centre for Sustainable Development in the National Health Service that is looking at innovative ways at-home smears, for example, although I think we've got to be careful about exactly how we describe certain things. But all of that is part of what we are now doing to take forward the sustainable recovery of the National Health Service, while also supporting the Health Service to treat COVID patients for as long as that is necessary. On justice, significant investment in justice, significant work with the Courts and Tribunal Service has meant that, again, creative and innovative ways were found to keep court hearings and trials going, although there has been an undeniable impact on that, and we will continue to bring those services back as safely as possible. With gyms, I hope to see gyms open on the 26th of April for individual exercise, group exercise outdoors, so that people are not faced with having to do that on their own, and that's particularly important for women, particularly in current circumstances. We allowed that from last week to recognise the importance of that for people's physical and mental health. So none of this is easy. It will do nobody any favours for me to stand here and rush to do everything at once, because it will set us back. What we are setting out is a sustainable and steady path out of lockdown, back to normality, and I believe it's one that the vast majority of people across the country will support.
Thank you. Anas Sarwar.
I thank the First Minister for advance sight of her statement, and can I also pass on my condolences to all those that have lost a loved one. Steps to reopen our society and economy are welcome, particularly as they too impact on health and well-being, and I know that this will give much needed hope to people across Scotland, and that's why we need to make sure that this is our last lockdown. In the past week, we have seen a rise in the number of cases, and there are local areas where rates are still much higher than average. Whilst we want to see progress, we need to make sure that as restrictions are lifted, infection rates do not rise with them. Finally, reaching 400,000 vaccinations a week will also be welcome. But last week, almost 420,000 gold standard PCR tests went unused. Will the First Minister commit to using these in our schools and workplaces as restrictions ease? Effective testing and tracing is what will stop us going back into another lockdown. We also welcome the commitment of additional funding for businesses, but the eligibility and the speed of dispersal is crucial. Does the First Minister recognise that it will take time for businesses to recover even after the restrictions are lifted and lockdown ends? And does she agree that transitional support must be made available over the longer term to avoid businesses having to close and people losing their jobs?
First Minister.
Well, firstly, all of us want this to be the last lockdown, but it is not as easy as a politician simply saying that as a soundbite to make it happen. Making sure this is the last lockdown involves taking careful, cautious and sensible decisions, sometimes having to take unpopular decisions in order that we can make sure that our exit from this lockdown, even if it is a bit slower than we are all desperate for it to be, is a steady one and firmly in one direction, and that we don't end up setting ourselves backwards. So that's what I'm focused on, and the government is focused on every single day. In terms of testing, we are using lateral flow devices in schools and increasingly in workplaces as well, because they are quicker to get test results. There is, no purpose in using PCR for asymptomatic testing, but it takes longer to get the results. So we are using lateral flow testing, and if those tests are positive, they then get confirmed or otherwise by PCR testing. The reduction in the use of PCR testing is actually because prevalence of the virus is falling, because PCR testing has been prioritised for people with symptoms of COVID, because that's what is really important. But we will continue to use all of our testing capacity, which is much more varied now than it has been before, as effectively as possible. And we're using testing in many more settings than was the case previously. On business support, what I've set out today is equivalent for eligible retail businesses to about 3 months additional support in terms of the start-up grant. I think for eligible hospitality and leisure businesses to about 6 months support. So it will provide additional support even after businesses start to reopen, and is more expansive than what we had previously planned. There will continue to be a need for business support in the medium term. We have always recognised that, which is why we have already made the commitment to 100% rates relief for the worst hit sectors for the entirety of the next financial year. And through the various different mechanisms we have, we will continue to appropriately support business as they get back to trading and back, hopefully, to making profits. And that's, again, to end on this point, that's why it's so important we get these decisions right, so that when businesses start to reopen this time, they stay open and can get back to normal, just like we all want to do.
Thank you. Alison Johnson, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you. The fact that we're in a position to start planning reopening things and getting our lives back will be most welcome for everyone. And as always, the Scottish Greens support a cautious approach. But the First Minister flagged an increase in daily cases compared to last week, which is concerning. And there have been reports of an increase in cases linked to the unsafe gatherings of football fans in Glasgow. So I'd like to know if the First Minister thinks this is reflected in these figures. And also, while the rate of positive cases is broadly decreasing across age groups, there is a marked increase in children under 14. So I'd like to understand what measures the Scottish Government is taking to address this trend. And finally, will the Government be introducing lateral flow testing for college, further and higher education students as they begin a very slow return to campus, so that we avoid the surge in infection caused by last year's chaotic reopening of universities? Thank you.
First Minister.
There will be a gradual return of students to further and higher education. We will use lateral flow testing as appropriate and in a targeted way to support that. The increase in students on campus that I've set out today for the early stage, from the early part of April, will be not exclusively but largely focused on further education, because that's where there is a greater need, if students are to complete their courses, to get them with some face-to-face learning on campus. In terms of the case numbers, we have seen an increase in the last week. As the Chief Medical Officer said yesterday, there have been a small number of cases of people that were gathering as part of the football incident last weekend. We may see more of that, given the incubation of the virus. That will not have fully worked its way through yet. But I think we also need to be really open-eyed about this. And after a year, I think we've probably all learned this. This is a virus, so any time we open up and people start to come together, there is greater opportunity for transmission, and we have seen schools return. It's not so much a worry about transmission in schools as about the activity that goes around the return of schools. So while I'm probably one of the last people to be complacent about any increase in cases. If I cast my mind back 2 or 3 weeks, we perhaps worried that the increase in cases we would be seeing after the beginning of the return of schools would be bigger than we're looking at it right now. So we will monitor that very carefully. In terms of younger age groups, the mitigations in schools are really important to try to reduce transmission there as much as possible. This is always going to be a balancing act. Any relaxation of restriction is not neutral. It increases risk of transmission. So we have to get all of the pieces of this as much in balance as we can. We've got a significant additional piece now with vaccination, which will help to substitute for some of the lockdown restrictions. But the need to navigate this really carefully, based on all the experience we've had over the past year, remains absolutely essential.
Thank you. Willie Rennie, to be followed by Annabel Ewing.
I'm sure people will feel a little bit of hope today. Their sacrifices and the brilliance of the vaccine scientists means that our liberty may return soon. And the dark cloud hanging over people struggling with their mental health might start to clear as well. So we must have the services ready to help them. The First Minister has been insistent that decisions on easing will be based on data, not dates. Yet the statement today has quite a few dates, but very little data. When will we see the indicators that will allow people to understand when they will be moving from one level to the next in their area? Can the First Minister be clearer about the indicators and the data?
First Minister.
Well, people, I think, want some clarity about the indicative timeline, which we're trying to give them. All of this is predicated, though, on the data continuing to go in the right direction. If the data starts to go wildly in the wrong direction, then clearly all bets are off. And that's why it's so important for all of us to continue to convey those messages of discipline and continuing to stick with it for a little bit longer. In terms of the move down from level 4 for all of mainland Scotland and some parts of our island communities, we want to try to do that as one country, because that will allow us to lift travel restrictions. And even although some parts of the country are at lower levels of prevalence right now, because we are not yet at a critical point in terms of vaccination, it would still be very risky to lift those restrictions more quickly in those parts of the country. When we have done that, if there are outbreaks or variable transmission across the country, we will have the option of using the levels, and we will publish shortly the latest indicators that we would intend to use. As I had to say repeatedly before, it is not an exact science, but at the moment for the whole country it's about getting the virus as low as possible and keeping it there, recognising that as we start to ease, as I said before, it's not neutral. So it's a combination of all of this that we need to keep in mind as we try to navigate our way through these next few weeks.
Thank you. Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The setting of indicative dates for the initial easing of lockdown is very welcome news indeed. However, I do note the cautionary note that the First Minister has struck, and I wonder if the First Minister could clarify then by what date any change in plan would be communicated in the event that the COVID-19 data dictated a change of approach. This would be very important information to allow my Cowdenbeath constituents and people across Scotland to start to make firm plans as they seek to return to a greater degree of normality in their lives.
First Minister.
We would aim, as we have generally done throughout this, to confirm, hopefully, or otherwise, if things were not going in the right direction, a week before each of these dates about whether the changes are going to happen or not. I very much hope that that will be confirmation. But the point that I've raised and Annabel Ewing has really underlined for me here today is that nothing with an infectious virus is set in stone. If we take our foot off the brake too quickly, ease up too much over these next couple of weeks, and the slight increase we've seen in the last week accelerates, then obviously, and this will be true for any country, we will need to reconsider. So if we want to keep on this firm, steady path forward, we need to continue, all of us, to be sensible. One of the things that I think should give all of us some cause for, if not concern, then at least lead us to guard against complacency, is there are many parts of Europe right now where things look as if they are going in the wrong direction again. So, this virus will take the opportunities. We're in a better position with vaccination, and that is really good. And increasingly, we think the vaccination will do the job that restrictions are doing right now. But we're not quite there yet in entirety, so we continue to need to have that balance. But if we all keep doing some of the same things that we've been doing for a long time now, then I do really believe that as we go into the summer, there's every reason to feel very optimistic about the way in which we'll be able to be living our lives.
Maurice Golden, followed by Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. When will the Scottish Government publish updated guidance on restrictions contained within the tier system, especially the restrictions that exist in level 0?
First Minister.
We'll publish some of that, backing up what I've just said today, later today. It's possibly already published in terms of the update to the document. In level 0, one of the things we need to have some further discussion about and take account of the data closer to the point we might get into level 0 are things like the numbers of people allowed in stadiums or at events. We don't want to prejudge that too much and set that too low, or on the other side, raise expectations too high at the moment. So we will take a bit more time to come to final views on that, and I think I indicated that in my statement. The further out we go with this, it just gets less possible to be absolutely crystal clear about things. And the more you do try to be crystal clear, the more chance there is you will end up having to change the position. So we're trying to give clarity as far out as possible, but be upfront with people that we will need to assess things further down the line, a bit closer to the time.
Thank you. Claire Adamson, to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, what reassurance can you give to parents and carers and staff following reports of an outbreak of coronavirus at St Ignatius Primary School campus and its associated nursery in my Motherwell and Wishart constituency?
First Minister.
This is going to be one of the the difficult things on an ongoing basis with this virus. Even as we get, as we hopefully will, prevalence and incidence down, we will see outbreaks of the virus. And unfortunately, sometimes those outbreaks will affect schools and nurseries. Even if they're not in the schools or nurseries, there will be people associated with them. And they need to be managed in line with all of the protocols and all of the guidance and all of the correct mitigations. And I know that's difficult for parents and young people, but it is going to continue to be, unfortunately, a feature of dealing with this virus. Obviously, the more we can suppress community transmission, though, the more we reduce the possibility of outbreaks. We've already published a suite of comprehensive guidance on mitigations to reduce risk in schools and of course in secondary schools for pupils and for all school staff. That's now supported by regular at-home testing, which should also further reduce the risk of outbreaks and hopefully as community transmission continues to fall, so too will the number of young people affected in school-related outbreaks.
Jackie Bailey to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Age Scotland, Engender, Inclusion Scotland and about 20 other civil society organisations have written to the First Minister welcoming her commitment to a public inquiry into COVID-19. They're asking her to work with civil society to take a human rights approach and consider the impact on a wide range of groups, including care home residents, frontline staff, women, people from the BAME community and older people. Will the First Minister ensure that the remit captures all of this? And given the length of time that public inquiries take, will the First Minister commission that inquiry now and ensure it reports in interim phases?
Minister.
I've already given a commitment to a human rights-based approach to a public inquiry. I believe we may still be the only government in the UK that has given a clear commitment to a public inquiry. If I'm wrong about that, though, I stand to be corrected. We will work with civil society as we decide the remit and all of the other decisions that have to be taken. That decision is already taken in principle. It will be, I think, and hopefully the state of the virus will allow this as well, it will be one of the priorities for the incoming administration, given that parliaments are about to break for an election, to get the public inquiry properly up and running. If that is me and this government, then we will take that forward as quickly as possible. And hopefully, if it was to be somebody else in another government, they would have the same commitment to doing likewise.
Stuart McMillan to be followed by Donald Cameron.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank the First Minister for her statement, and I know that many businesses across Scotland will appreciate the clarity that is given on the course of direction out of lockdown and hopefully back to a greater normality as soon as it's safe. Can I ask the First Minister, however, to provide further reassurances for those businesses who are having to remain closed for the time being, that financial support will be made available to help them through what I know certainly will be a difficult and turbulent period for many?
Minister.
Well, the approach to business support that I've set out today is intended to combine ongoing support for businesses that have to remain closed or businesses that still have significant restrictions on their ability to trade on the one hand, and on the other hand financial support for businesses with the costs of restarting and reopening, having to order stock, for example, or do the other things to get a business ready to begin trading again. So that combination is one that businesses have asked for, and I think it does provide the flexibility of support. I hope that the vast majority of businesses, by the time we get into summer, will be operating again, but we have always recognised the need to support those who, for whatever reason, are not going to be able to do that. But our focus, as well as doing that, is to get business and the economy operating as normally as possible, as quickly as possible.
Donald Cameron to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you. The First Minister will note a recent report which stated that more than half of severe COVID cases were transmitted in hospital during the second wave of the pandemic, and Scots were nearly 13 times more likely to become seriously ill from COVID if they had been in an NHS Scotland facility in the fortnight before testing positive. As we remobilise the NHS, can the First Minister explain what action she will take to prevent this from happening again?
First Minister.
Well, there is a direct correlation between community transmission of this virus and nosocomial infection and transmission. As we have seen community transmission fall, so too have we seen infection in hospitals fall, and therefore the most important thing initially is to get community transmission down. There is a whole range of work, not just in relation to COVID, but generally is undertaken in hospitals to reduce the risk of infection in hospitals. The Edinburgh University study is an important paper. It highlights a number of issues that the nosocomial review group has previously considered. It shows a strong epidemiological association between hospital exposure and severe COVID, but it does not confirm causality between the two. That doesn't make it not important, but it's important that that difference is understood, and it also makes clear that the reasons for that association are likely to be complex. For example, I don't think the report says this is me saying this, people already in hospital are likely to have health conditions already, so may be more vulnerable if they get COVID to becoming more ill with COVID. But we'll be considering that carefully and then feeding any learning from that into the wider work to reduce, as far as it is possible to do, risks of hospital-acquired infection.
John Mason to be followed by David Stewart.
Thank you very much. On Saturday, I have to say I was delighted to get the AstraZeneca vaccine myself. I guess I'm slightly older than the First Minister, so maybe I got it before her. But I just wonder if she could give any reassurance to those people who have some concerns about AstraZeneca vaccine as seen in other countries.
First Minister.
I don't want to be churlish, but I think Mr Mason is significantly older than the First Minister from my memory. But I am anxiously awaiting my own vaccination appointment, since I'm now in the age group that is beginning to be called for vaccination. I think most people across the country, I'm really anxious to be vaccinated. Enthusiastic is probably a better word, to be vaccinated. And as soon as I get the invitation, whether it's Pfizer or AstraZeneca, I will be there getting my vaccine. To reassure people, though, and the Chief Medical Officer said quite a lot yesterday about this, to try to reassure people, vaccine safety is paramount. The safety of vaccines is monitored on an ongoing basis. There are well-established schemes, the yellow card scheme, that record adverse events, so that there is very, very careful monitoring. There's currently no evidence that we are aware of that suggests there is a risk from the AstraZeneca vaccine. What we are firmly of the view, is that the benefits of the AstraZeneca vaccine far outweigh any risk that there may be. That's the view of the MHRA, which is the UK regulator. The WHO and the European Medicines Agency have already said the same. So my advice to people is to come forward for vaccination as soon as you are invited to do it. There is massive benefit to that, and be assured that the safety of vaccines on an ongoing basis is something that is taken very seriously.
David Stewart, followed by Ruth Maguire.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am considerably older than the First Minister, and I'm delighted to say that I've had my vaccination. But does the First Minister share the good news from the European Medicines Agency today, which said that the number of blood clots in vaccinated people seem not to be higher than that seen in the general population? Is this not a positive message to those who have had or are awaiting vaccination?
First Minister.
It is. I was paying very close attention to the views that the European Medicines Agency have just articulated earlier today, and they are, as Dave Stewart sets out, they're doing some further review over the course of this week. But I'm not a clinician and I'm not an expert, so this is a summary of the position as I understand it, based on the advice given to me by the Chief Medical Officer. There is no greater incidence of blood clots from people who are vaccinated than there would be in the general population. And as I understand it, there is no definite association or causation between the vaccine and those who have had blood clots. So the advice from the MHRA, which, as I said, is the UK regulator, is that the risks are far outweighed by the benefits, and there is no reason for people not to take the vaccine. That is the view of the European Medicines Agency and the WHO as well. Getting vaccinated seriously and significantly reduces your chances of becoming ill or dying from COVID. And that, I think, is the reason why everybody should come forward and get their vaccine just as soon as possible, as I'm delighted to hear Dave Stewart already has.
Thank you, Ruth Maguire. To be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Today's announcement is positive. However, there are many families struggling as a result of the economic impact of the pandemic, particularly those on low incomes, those who are sick or folk who find themselves in other vulnerable circumstances. With them in mind, can the First Minister outline what measures the Scottish Government is taking to assist?
First Minister.
Well, it's I think a really important reminder that in many different ways the impact of this pandemic is going to continue long after the COVID restrictions have been lifted. That will be true for many businesses, it will be true for public services, and it will definitely be true for individuals, some of whom were already struggling financially before the pandemic, others who have been plunged into financial difficulty because of the pandemic. We've taken a range of different measures: direct payments to low-income families with children, extending free school meals over holiday periods, increasing the funding to the welfare fund and for discretionary housing payments, protections against eviction, and a number of other things aside. And of course, during the pandemic, although it was planned before the pandemic, the new Scottish Child Payment has also come on stream and is starting to put money into the pockets of the lowest income families. I think there's more to do, and just as support for business will continue to be something we have to think about, so too will support for individuals who've been impacted the most.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Ross Greer.
Thank you. Can I ask if today's framework essentially confirms that we're moving out of lockdown nationally at the same pace with no scope for local easing? And can the First Minister assure businesses that if virus suppression and lockdown milestones are not met, that the Strategic Business Framework Fund will continue?
First Minister.
Yes, and we will keep the infrastructure of the Strategic Business Framework Fund in place so that if we have outbreaks in future, or if there are any, which I hope there won't be, but if there is a need for any regional lockdowns, then that can be used to provide support for businesses there, just as was the case at the start of lockdown, or rather when we came out of lockdown before and we had to have regional measures in place. I very much hope, and we intend, that all of the country currently in level 4 will come down to level 3 on the 26th of April. Trying to do things regionally before then, I think, is impractical because of the need to get a sufficient number of people vaccinated before it's safe to lift restrictions to that level. And also doing it that way allows us to ease up the travel restrictions as well, which I know for a lot of people, particularly for family connections, is really important. Although I've already said there are issues we need to talk to island communities about. The level system will be there, though, if we need it, particularly after that, if by the time we get to the 17th of May or thereafter, much of the country can come down a level, but there's one part of the country that's got stubbornly high prevalence. We will have the ability to use it in a varied way, and I think that's important because we don't want to hold one part of the country back because of the level of the virus in others. But I think at this initial move out of lockdown, the more we can do that on a uniform basis so that everybody benefits from that and everybody can have the maximum benefit of that, I think that is the best way in the immediate term to proceed.
Ross Greer, to be followed by Mike Rumbles.
Thank you. Colby's Ice Cream in Mulgai are one of a number of businesses who struggled to access a business restriction grant. It appears this is because the guidance explicitly excludes takeaways, but the relevant regulations have since been amended to restrict the operation of takeaways. So can I ask the First Minister, if a takeaway business incurs a cost adapting to meet the regulations, is it now eligible for a business restriction grant?
First Minister.
I think if Ross Greer doesn't mind, I would like to look into the detail of the particular business so that I'm giving an answer that is appropriate and accurate to their circumstances rather than give a generic answer. So if he wants to email my office now or later on, I'll get that looked into and come back with a specific answer to him.
Mike Rumbles, be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
I'd like to let the First Minister know that as soon as these questions are over, I'm off to the International Conference Centre to get my vaccination. Looking forward to it, at last. When, however, to the serious bit now, when the pandemic is over, will the First Minister learn the lesson that the government shouldn't introduce unenforceable laws which are impossible for Police Scotland to enforce, putting the police in an impossible position as many normally law-abiding people under the stay-at-home law and the travel restrictions in particular more in the breach than in the observation, and it simply undermines the rule of law. And God forbid, if this ever happens again, while it is quite right, and I recognise it is quite right, that the government, of course, advises and encourages people to stay at home, it shouldn't rely on unenforceable laws because it does undermine the rule of law for many normally law-abiding people?
First Minister.
Well, first of all, can I wish Mike Rumbles well with his vaccine? There will be no truth in the rumour that I immediately get on the phone to the vaccination centre to ask for a particularly sharp needle to be used this afternoon. None at all. Seriously, it's really good and heartening, I think, for everybody to hear so many stories of people now getting their vaccination appointments. Look, we haven't introduced laws that we know are unenforceable. We've introduced laws out of necessity that we know are difficult to enforce, and we've worked very closely with Police Scotland throughout that. They've been frank with us where they thought we should change the balance of what we were doing. They've been frank with us where they thought a particular regulation might be more difficult to enforce than others, but they have done a sterling job in trying to encourage and work with the population to comply and using enforcement only where necessary. I hope we never have to be in a position like this again. I hope as we start to lift all of these restrictions, we never have to think about reimposing them. But actually, when you look at this overall, there's lots and lots and lots for all of us to learn out of this. But one of the most positive things, I think, has been the way in which the vast majority of the general population has done everything that's been asked of them, has made really painful sacrifices and actually got us again to a position where we can start to look forward with some optimism. And I know for one, I will never ever be able to properly and adequately convey my gratitude for that.
Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister will be aware that the UK Government is again failing to practice caution when it comes to air travel, leaving us potentially more exposed to new strains of coronavirus. While safeguarding international entry routes is vital, is the Scottish Government approach working when travellers can and are simply arriving at English airports and travelling north? Given the UK's laissez-faire approach, our airports could lose a huge number of routes and ultimately jobs as travellers simply dodge Scotland's airports to no discernible health gain. So how will the Scottish Government address this difficulty?
First Minister.
Well, we continue to work with the UK Government and seek to persuade them to take a more effective approach. You know, there's no getting away from the fact that the position on quarantine, managed quarantine, would be more effective if it was one that was applied uniformly across England, Wales and Scotland, certainly, and Northern Ireland as well, but particularly on the island. So we continue to try to persuade the UK Government to do that. Thus far, they don't appear willing, and we will continue to enforce that to the best of our ability, because it does minimise the risks of new variants being imported. Of course, the main message right now is don't travel overseas unless it is essential. There should be very few people travelling overseas. You know, hopefully, as we go through the next few months, that will start to change as well. But it is likely to be one of the last things that changes because of that risk, as in some countries, the position remains very volatile, and therefore that risk of importing cases, and particularly new variants of the virus, remains a very real one. So we've got to continue to be cautious.
Daniel Johnson, to be followed by Christine Graeme.
At the end of last week, it became clear there had been a major problem with the issuing of blue letters, and that people between the ages of 5 and the Lothians had not been receiving their appointments. This resulted in the Health Board making pleas on social media for people to call and find out if they had an appointment. I'm informed that this problem has persisted and that some vaccination centres have had literally no patients over the last 2 days, and staff have been asked to go out, and I'm quoting my source here, drum up support from police stations or anywhere else to fill slots. So can I ask, what has gone wrong? How did this happen? How many people have missed their appointments? And most importantly, how will those appointments be rescheduled so that no one misses out on their vaccination?
First Minister.
This is an issue I'm aware of. We have been investigating it over the past few days, trying to work out where the issue lies, whether it's with National Services Scotland administering the centralised system or with Royal Mail. We believe the possibility that it is a Royal Mail issue because other letters have been arriving, but we are still trying to bottom that out and resolve that, and I'll get the Health Secretary to update the member as soon as possible. But let me give an assurance to everybody who is expecting or receiving appointments that they will get their vaccination, and if there is a need to rebook any appointments, that will be done through the system that is already in place.
Christine Graeme to be followed by Graeme Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I endorse Daniel Johnson's concerns? I've got many of the same about NHS Lothian in my constituency, but that's not my question. First Ministers, as you would expect, I very much welcome the opening of garden centres from the 5th of April, an issue I have pursued. However, can the First Minister clarify if this would be affected by the stay local rule, that is within your local authority area? For example, both Dobies and Pentland plants are just outside to the south, outside the City of Edinburgh boundary. Would they be able to have people visiting there from Edinburgh?
So between the 5th of April, when garden centres will reopen, I would describe it as less as Christine Graeme pursuing the issue and more Christine Graeme pursuing me on the issue over the past few weeks. But from the 5th of April to the 26th of April, the stay local rule will apply, and that will apply to people visiting garden centres as well. Now, there is within the regulations the ability to, if it is essential, go 5 miles outside your local authority boundary, but the central rule for that 3-week period will remain within your own local authority area, because as we start to ease restrictions, we have to mitigate against taking cases of the virus across different parts of the country. So whether it's to a garden centre or to visit your family outdoors in a garden, stay within your own local authority area. One stay at home is lifted until the 26th of April, when we hope across mainland Scotland travel restrictions will be lifted completely.
Graeme Simpson to be followed by Tom Arthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome news that travel restrictions are going to be lifted, but the First Minister didn't say when we'll be able to travel across the UK. So I wonder if she can tell us when she's going to decide that, and also at the same time say when she'll be able to give us clarity on when families will be able to stay with each other.
First Minister.
When I didn't say give specific dates for these things, it's because I don't feel yet able to do that. I hope that the travel restriction between Scotland, other parts of the UK and the common travel area, I hope will also be able to be lifted on the 26th of April. If not on that date, then as soon as possible thereafter. But I said we would update during April on that position, because we need to guard against importation of cases, and we need to be mindful of varying prevalence and, of course, varying levels of restrictions being in place or lifted in different parts of the UK. So that's something we have to consider carefully. Similarly, with the ability to visit family indoors, it's already possible to see, in small groups, 4 from 2 households, people outdoors, albeit initially within your own local authority area. From the end of April, that will involve travel across mainland Scotland. We hope that around that time, we will also be able to gradually reintroduce the ability to visit family in our own houses. But again, it is not possible to say that definitively right now. And that is difficult, because it's probably, out of everything I've said today, the one thing I want to be able to say to people, because it's the one thing we all desperately want to do. But the risk of transmission inside domestic dwellings is where the risk is greatest, because it's harder to comply with mitigation. So that's why I've said we're not going to wait, every week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks to review that. We're going to review that on an ongoing basis, so that we can return to that position just as quickly as we deem it safe to do so.
Thank you. Tom Arthur to be followed by John Scott.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen quite significant levels of variation in prevalence of the virus between local authorities and within local authorities at the neighbourhood level, with some communities seeing stubbornly high levels of prevalence. Can I therefore ask the First Minister what action the Scottish Government is taking to support these communities where suppression of the virus has proven to be more challenging?
First Minister.
Well, we've worked very closely with Public Health Scotland, with our senior clinicians network, and indeed Test and Protect right throughout the pandemic, to try to support local communities with particular local challenges and higher than average or stubbornly high levels of prevalence. And we'll continue to do that and provide that support to local health boards and local councils where appropriate. We have a national incident management team that meets regularly with local directors of public health to share best practice and agree actions that will help control outbreaks and drive prevalence down in local areas. And of course, one of the additional tools we now have at our disposal and have been using is community asymptomatic testing, and that has been targeted at areas where prevalence has remained stubbornly high, and we will make that available to communities where we consider it might help get rates down.
And John Scott.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister will be aware that 2 primary schools in my Ayr constituency have had to close, having earlier reopened. This is because staff have either caught COVID or having to self-isolate. Are these temporary closures to be expected in other schools across Ayrshire and across the country? And also, will the First Minister again consider if early vaccination could be considered for teachers and also police, who are both still very much in the front line?
First Minister.
We're vaccinating, as all of the UK governments are, in line with the JCVI advice on priorities. As I've set out many times before, teachers and police officers will be included in these priority groups, and by mid-April, supplies permitting, we will have vaccinated everybody over the age of 50. By the end of July, we'll have vaccinated the whole adult population. And teachers and police officers who have underlying health conditions or who are older will be vaccinated earlier in the priority list. If we were to depart from that, I think we would rightly be criticised for substituting other considerations over the advice from clinicians on what is the best clinical strategy to reduce the impact of this virus. On the point about schools, while we've still got this virus circulating, regrettably, there are going to be outbreaks, and I cannot stand here and say that these outbreaks will never affect schools. That is simply not possible or realistic to do. What I do think is it's better to have schools open with, unfortunately and regrettably, some schools perhaps being affected by outbreaks than having all schools closed, because if all schools are closed, you never have that problem, but that affects the maximum number of children. And what we also know is the more we bear down on community transmission, the less chance there will be of outbreaks in schools. The more mitigations in schools are followed, the less chance of outbreaks. The more adults that are around schools follow all the rules, the less chance of outbreaks. And the more use that is made now of the testing offer to staff and pupils in secondary schools, again, the more we can reduce these outbreaks. We cannot take the prospect of that away. All we can do, all of us, is act in a way that reduces the risk as much as possible while we get as many children every single day in schools full-time as possible.
Thank you very much, and that concludes our statement. Thank you for your understanding. I'll let it run on a little bit longer, as it was a substantial statement and there was a number of members we wish to accommodate. We're just going to move on to the next item of business. Can I encourage all members leaving just to follow the one-way systems, make sure you keep your social distance, wear your masks and observe the other rules in place around mitigation measures around the campus. Thank you. A short pause while we move on.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is a statement by Ivan McKee on a global capital investment plan. The Minister will take questions at the end of his statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Ivan McKee.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, today the Scottish Government is publishing its first Global Capital Investment Plan, and I'm pleased to outline to Parliament how we intend to pivot to a purposeful and values-led approach to increasing levels of capital investment in our economy. Investing with purpose, our Global Capital Investment Plan is the third of three pillars focused on internationalising the Scottish economy. The first was a trading nation, our export growth plan, and the second was shaping Scotland's economy, our inward investment plan. All are framed by our vision for trade, which sets out our principles underpinning the trade and investment relationships we want Scotland to have now and in the future. And I'd like to take the opportunity at this stage to thank the team who have worked on this plan over the past months and the tremendous effort and work they've put into what I believe is a very productive and essential document. Private capital investment is the deployment of internationally mobile finance into a project or business in Scotland. This is different from inward investment or FDI, which seeks to attract foreign-owned companies to directly set up or expand operations in Scotland and so merits its own plan and focus. I am also very clear that it does not replace the crucial role of public investment or ownership. There are areas of our society that can, should and will remain funded solely by public sector investment, but we need to recognise that public sector investment alone will not be enough to respond to the challenges of the 21st century. This isn't policy for its own sake, but it's needed to deliver on our wider ambitions, particularly net zero. Capital investment directly impacts immediate economic outcomes, which then impact the Scottish economy in the longer term. The supply of private capital can help businesses realise their growth ambitions by removing key barriers to expansion. This impacts on productivity through better quality infrastructure, as well as through companies growing and having competitor or demonstrator impacts on their sectors. And there are further impacts through supply chain and wider economic activity. Scotland, like the rest of the UK, has suffered from historic underinvestment, which is seen as a key driver of slow productivity growth over past decades. Although it's hard to measure the direct impact of increasing private sector business investment to the overall level amongst OECD countries as a percentage of GDP could permanently increase the level of GDP by around 1.9% by 2030, more than £3 billion a year in current prices, and this could then increase average earnings in Scotland by almost 5%, around an additional £1,400 a year to the average Scottish employee in today's prices. So delivering on this plan has real economic consequences for Scotland's people and communities. In other words, this would be a very significant boost to recovery and a further long-term boost for Scotland's economy and well-being. To marshal that potential into a real investment-led recovery will require us to understand and engage with what makes a project, a business or a location viable in the eyes of the market. This plan seeks to increase the effective supply of capital by better understanding and targeting different sources of funding, to put forward our best market-ready opportunities using the strongest internationalised area in our economy to create demand for investment, and thirdly, to bridge the gap by taking action to increase the viability and fit of what private capital markets want to invest in and the attractiveness of our investment propositions. First, to the industry we need to work with. There's a wide range of investor categories, and within each type, a variety of individual investors, each with their own risk and reward preferences, timescales and investment mandates for individual funds. Our aim over time is to deepen our understanding of the needs of those different investors in order to offer better tactical and strategic matches to individual projects in Scotland. Global investors frequently seek a local investment partner, which both gives reassurance and helps overcome information asymmetries. We must not underestimate the importance of the Scottish National Investment Bank in this space, or of making much stronger connections with the investment management sector based in Scotland, which already manages £590 billion of assets. Scotland is already in a strong position to pivot towards impact, ethical or ESG investment. Scotland-based investment funds manage 11% of the UK's responsible investing market compared to a 7% share of the conventional market, and this has formed a significant part of the sector's strong growth in recent decades. The time is right for us to become a global hub for ethical investment. Our inward investment plan identified the sectors in Scotland's economy which are globally competitive, crisis resilient and likely to offer growth which benefits the broader economy and society as well as the business itself. The analysis on capital investment has identified broadly the same sectors.
underscoring them as the best opportunities we have to use the global economy to build our domestic strengths. The plan summarises these opportunities into 4 sectoral themes: low carbon transition, health and life sciences, digital and high-value manufacturing. These 4 sectors are the most likely drivers of future economic demand in the economy. They are broad, and that is deliberate, whilst the focus has been on those sectors which can drive growth and recovery precisely because they're already strong. This approach leaves space for different subsectors to develop and come to the fore over time, and for particular regional clusters of expertise to be brought out. We have set out from the beginning to align with and help deliver the private capital investment element of the investment needs identified in the Infrastructure Investment Plan, the Climate Change Plan and Housing to 2040. Presiding Officer, our commitment to net zero must underpin all that we do. We should no longer be putting public resource into originating, structuring and promoting investments in Scotland which are not aiming at net zero. By focusing on our priority sectors and employing a net zero and a place focus, we will be able to start to build demand which leads to viability. We can bring alignment between investments in business growth, infrastructure and commercial real estate with a focus on development rather than simply changing ownership of assets. In other words, we will be building markets instead of just individual investment opportunities. We will expand and strengthen initiatives like the Green Investment Portfolio and the cross-organisational work to define projects for carbon capture and storage, heating and hydrogen. We should seek to systematically turn these into opportunities which are both commercially sound and structured in a way which supports a just transition. I am aware that we are launching this plan while economic uncertainty around COVID-19 still remains. But now is not the time to sit back. We must be bold and support our businesses and projects with an investment-led recovery. Here and now there is investment flowing into exciting and innovative companies, infrastructure projects and real estate. For example, European venture funds invested into Neurolabs, an early-stage computer vision start-up pioneering the use of synthetically generated data to develop object recognition models and opening up computer vision to a much wider range of applications. And although the real estate sector has been hard hit by the pandemic, there are major investments continuing, such as the £81.5 million investment into the Candleriggs build-to-rent development in Glasgow. This ambitious plan contains 30 individual actions on how we will improve our approach towards leveraging in private capital. This includes proactively engaging with ESG investors and with sources of capital new to Scotland, such as green bonds, to help us achieve our net zero and wellbeing ambitions. Establishing a new Series A fund for innovative companies, strengthening the pipeline of investment opportunities across public and private sector, and targeting a programme of domestic and international events and activities helping us to build new investor relationships. Through this plan, we recognise Scotland for the forward-looking, collaborative nation that it is. Together with partners in business, academia and the public sector, we can shape markets that are attractive to investors and encourage all partners to get behind this plan and help make it a success. I hereby am delighted to present Investing with Purpose, Scotland's Global Capital Investment Plan, to Parliament, and I am happy to take questions on it from members. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. The Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in his statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business. Can I remind members who have questions, please, to press your request to speak buttons now. And can I call Murdo Fraser?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. And can I welcome the Scottish Government's focus on attracting private capital investment to help grow our economy post-COVID. That's an ambition we are very pleased to be able to support. Although I would just wonder how many international investors will be attracted to a country whose government is proposing another independence referendum in the course of 2021 with absolutely no certainty as to what currency they might be investing in should that come about. Can I ask two questions to the Minister? Firstly, what due diligence will be done on potential investors, given the recent unhappy experience we have seen the GFG group, who are in serious financial difficulties? And secondly, whilst I welcome the emphasis on green growth that is in the Minister's paper, The oil and gas sector is still a very important part of the Scottish economy and a major employer, particularly in the northeast of the country. Can the Minister assure us that nothing in this new plan will discourage international investment in oil and gas?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank Murdo Fraser for the questions. And the answer to the first question is of course, the pound. And with regards to due diligence, obviously the GFG scenario is a scenario that's impacted Scotland and the rest of the UK as well. Due diligence clearly is in place to assess those opportunities where the public sector is engaged. And I make no apology for the fact that we proactively work with investors to support and maintain industrial capacity within Scotland and mitigate those through the steps that are in place. And we'll see as that process moves forward. With regards to oil and gas, the sector is very well aware and fully engaged in the just transition to renewables. As I'm sure the member is aware, the focus clearly is towards a net zero transition. The sector understands that, and we engage closely with the sector to support the investments that lead in that direction, something that the sector, be that the majors or be that the supply chain that supports them, are fully engaged with and active in those investments in renewables themselves.
Call Daniel Johnson.
Presiding officer, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Clearly, at a time of the global pandemic, looking forward and looking towards investment is hugely important. So while I welcome this report, I am concerned about the lack of specifics and details, including measurements of both the potential size of such investment, but critically about learning the lack of detail about learning the lessons. As we've seen from the past, from foreign direct investment, from Timex to Michelin to their Cali Rail Works, such investment can leave industry at the mercy of decisions being made elsewhere. And when capital is removed, we see no long-lasting footprint in terms of jobs or industry. So can I ask, will the Scottish Government set out clear measures, both of the value it seeks to gain and more specifically targets for global investment? And given the issues of both FDI, but more specifically recent collapses of partnerships that the Scottish Government have been involved with, notably GFG, what work will be undertaken to learn those lessons and apply them to global investment partnerships that the Scottish Government enters into? And finally, how does this plan for investment square with the Scottish Government's decision in the budget passed just last week to reduce the level of funding for the Scottish National Investment Bank from £240 million to £205 million?
Minister Ivan McKee.
I thank Daniel Johnson for the questions. In terms of measurement, of course, measurement is hugely important in terms of how we track progress, and he will be well aware that this is something that I always endeavour to ensure as part of any plan we produce. If you look at Action 2 and Action 26, you will see that there is a commitment to put in place measurements, metrics to track our progress against the targets we've set for Scotland's economy with regards to the capital investment that we attract. So that is taken care of. With regards to the investments that take place, of course, what we're talking about here is private sector investment and private sector opportunities. That is something that the private sector clearly takes its own due diligence approach to. But of course, in situations where the public sector is also engaged, we would take steps, as we do, to put in place due diligence. That, of course, doesn't mean that every investment is always successful. The investment by its nature is a risk business. It's about understanding those risks, the reward balance, and understanding how to approach those, and having the thorough due diligence that allows you to be able to assess those risks and take appropriate action, and having the mitigating factors to be able to deal with any issues that arise with regards to those investments. So you want a risk-based free approach to investment, you never invest. That's the reality of the situation. So I think I would welcome the members' comments in encouraging this process going forward, and would welcome his commitment and support for what we're trying to achieve, and the recognition that as we come out of COVID, these steps are hugely important to the development of Scotland's economy.
I call Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful for the advanced sight of the Minister's statement on global capitalism. it was all very much in character. The Minister says that he wants Scotland to be a global hub for ethical investment. Does that mean that he will not be courting the interests of business entities which make any use of tax havens?
Minister.
I'm not quite sure where Patrick is going with this question. The reality is that private capital investment is hugely important to Scotland's economy. We've recognised that we're not in a position, nor would we want to be in a position, where every investment in every business or every piece of real estate or every other housing investment in the private sector or every piece of infrastructure in the private sector was funded by the government. So a recognition that private sector investment is important to Scotland's economy, I think, is clear in any business that's seeking further investment from the private sector would, of course, recognise that. Of course, we are opposed to tax havens. That is not an approach that the Scottish Government welcomes. And if the members are alluding to our green plots, which I'm very happy to talk about, the reality is that we're very clear on all aspects of the green plots. We're not going to proceed with green plots if we're not in a position where we have conditionality around about fair work criteria, fair work first, where we have commitments around about robust plans, transition plans to net zero, and if there isn't proper governance and enforcement in place to ensure that the current environmental standards, workplace standards, enforcement standards around about tax and so on and so forth are in place as regards the rest of the economy.
I call Willie Wren.
The Minister is right that Scotland can offer good opportunities in ethical investment. This strategy may have been of assistance when the Scottish Government signed an agreement with Peter Zhang and Sino Fortune, who promised a £10 billion investment in Scotland but had unanswered questions about human rights abuses abroad. So what concrete steps has the Minister taken to make sure the Government does not get drawn into such an embarrassing situation again?
Minister.
Willie Wren, I'm sure he'll be aware because he follows these matters closely. We published our trade vision document recently in the Parliament and answered questions on that, and that addresses these matters in great detail. And that trade vision, as we've been very clear, underpins all three of our internationalisation plans for Scotland's economy, be that our export plan, our FDI plan, or indeed this global capital investment plan. So taking steps to ensure human rights abuses are addressed as part of that due diligence process is something we articulated very clearly in the trade vision, and it's something we take forward every stage where we are engaged as public sector with investors that are seeking to come and invest in Scotland.
Thanks very much. Can I have succinct questions and answers, please? And I'll try and get everyone in. Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Maurice Gould.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I warmly welcome the statement. Scotland has long suffered from chronic underinvestment impacting on productivity, employment growth and prosperity, as the Minister touched on. Which factors does he believe have most contributed to this, and how will they be tackled if Scotland is to build a much more resilient economy?
Minister.
Thank you very much. The investment purpose, our Global Capital Investment Plan, identifies the sectors in Scotland's economy that have demonstrated greatest resilience during periods of economic crisis and downturn, and they're also the sectors where I have a real international comparative advantage mapped to strong global demand, and the plan sets out how we will pivot our approach to target more ESG or ethical investment. Globally, there's a strong move towards responsible investing, and the growth of these funds has even accelerated during the COVID-19 pandemic. So by focusing on these funds that have demonstrated not only resilience but growth during the pandemic, we can increase the likelihood of a steady supply of investment being available to Scottish businesses, which in turn supports wider economic resilience.
Maurice Golden, to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Minister has said today that part of this plan is taking action to increase viability and fit of what private capital markets want to invest in and the attractiveness of our investment propositions. Does the Minister believe that the threat of an independence referendum this year makes Scotland an attractive investment proposition?
Minister.
Absolutely, because the opportunity that investors see from Scotland is able to attract it to chart its own course in the world. When you look at the top 10 economies around the world by GDP per capita and realise that they are countries that are the same size to Scotland, but none of them has the strengths that Scotland has in terms of natural resources, the capacity that we have in the industrial sectors we've identified here, the skills base and university excellence that we have. None of them have those advantages. They recognise that Scotland on its own tracking its own future in the world would be a tremendous proposition for them to invest in, to help partner with us and what will be a very successful Scotland and Scottish economy in an independent Scotland.
John Mason, to be followed by Colin Smith.
Thanks very much. The Minister mentioned green ports, and I just wonder if he could expand on that. Is he particularly looking for investment into the green ports, or what would the relationship be with this kind of capital investment programme?
Minister.
Yeah, well, clearly it's a private capital investment plan. It's to support the structures whereby investors would seek out and be aware of investment opportunities in Scotland, and that applies across business investment, real estate investment and infrastructure investment, and green ports may be part of that. There's an obvious synergy between this plan and green ports, but our commitment to net zero and fair work, of course, underpins both. As the member knows, we are seeking to adapt the UK Government's Freeport model to better suit the Scottish context. We need to direct more public resource into originating, structuring and promoting investments in Scotland, which support our transition to net zero and create new high-quality, fair work opportunities through infrastructure like green ports, and this plan can help us to attract the right investments for green ports. But we can't make any more progress in publishing our applicant prospectus for green ports due to an inordinate and an unacceptable delay by the UK Government to finalise their parts of this plan. So there's now a very real risk that the pre-election period will begin in Scotland without the applicant prospectus for green ports being launched. Because of the UK Government's delay in prevarication, and we see no obvious reason for this delay. I frankly am concerned, Presiding Officer, that this does suggest that the Tories' Freeport policy may be about more of a race to the bottom because they have failed to commit to the requirements or red lines round about fair work first and the transition to net zero. So let me be clear, we in Scotland will not allow such a model here in Scotland, such a race to the bottom model, and we remain firmly committed to ensuring that fair work first and net zero are at the heart and underpin any Greenport model here in Scotland.
Colin Smith, to be followed by Bruce Crawford.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Communities that would arguably benefit most from capital investment are peripheral rural areas that suffer weaker economic indicators, such as Dumfries and Galloway, the lowest wage economy in Scotland. So can the Minister tell us what action the Government will take to seek to direct capital investment to those areas, and how will the effectiveness of such action be measured so the warm words on inclusive growth start to become a reality for local economies that are being left behind?
Minister.
Yeah, the regional aspect is hugely central to this, as it was to the Shaping Scotland's Economy, our inward our FDI plan that we produced at the end of last year. And if the member reads through, he'll see that there's a focus on regional aspects throughout the plan. This is about understanding what Scotland has to offer and what the regions of Scotland have to offer, where their strengths lie, and then working with regions. And I've had great meetings with councils and economic development partners and others across Scotland on this, to understand where those strengths are, as we've articulated in the plan, and then to take those offers to the global capital market. So what this does is it allows regions like the south of Scotland that the member represents to have a route to market, to articulate the opportunities that they have for this capital investment, and to leverage the whole of Team Scotland through the work in this plan to help attract those investors to that particular region.
Bruce Crawford, to be followed by Graeme Simpson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I listened carefully to the answer the Minister has just given to Colin Smith. Can the Minister provide further information on what steps can be taken to ensure the opportunities and benefits of such capital investment are spread across the whole of Scotland, and in particular to places like Stirling, which in terms of location and transport links is fantastically well placed to benefit from such investment, as well as, of course, being Scotland's first gigabyte city?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank Bruce Crawford for the question, and it really just allows me to reinforce the centrality of the regional approach to this capital investment plan. Global capital investment already impacts all regions of Scotland, not just the major cities or the Central Belt, and this plan has a specific focus on place and supporting economic opportunities that could be catalytic for local and regional economies. The place-based approach will further encourage investment in regions where there is already a sectoral advantage and build clusters in priority sectors where we know there will be future demand, such as the aquaculture life science cluster in Stirling, and Bruce mentioned other strengths that Stirling's economy already has to offer. So we will work to increase viability in these clusters, which will in turn bring investments to all parts of Scotland, including, of course, to Stirling.
Graeme Simpson, to be followed by Willie Coffey.
Thank you very much. The Minister will be well aware that the Scottish Government's track record of investing in private businesses is decidedly ropey. So bad, in fact, the Auditor General called on the Government to set out its future criteria for investing in companies. Now, this plan doesn't appear to do that. So when will the Minister publish such criteria?
Minister.
Sorry. The member will be, well, first of all, it's a private capital investment plan. It's about attracting private capital into Scotland's economy. But the member will also know, if he's read the plan, the role of the Scottish National Investment Bank is a key part of that. And the member will be aware that the Scottish National Investment Bank is taking on the role across the public sector of pulling in all the other vehicles that have been used to invest public money into private businesses. Now, you talk about track record, there are many businesses across Scotland, and I meet them every week, who are very supportive of the fact that the public sector in Scotland has supported them in their growth journey. So there are many great success stories as a consequence of that. And the member will also be aware that the bank, the Scottish National Investment Bank, has as part of its operating mandate and other operating mechanisms, criteria to be able to assess and evaluate those investments.
Willie Coffey, to be followed by Claudia Beamish.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Could the Minister advise what steps the Government can take to ensure that any investments will translate into high-quality jobs for the people of Scotland? And in line with previous questions from Bruce Crawford and Colin Smith, can I make a plea on behalf of my constituents in Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley, which has high levels of unemployment, that we might reasonably expect a share of those quality jobs too? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Willie Coffey. Capital investment creates jobs in the economy, and this plan focuses our collective efforts around those four key sectors that our analysis has shown are the most likely drivers of future economic demand. Jobs in these sectors are primarily high-skilled, high-value jobs which pay higher than average wages, and the focus of our capital investment plan is about attracting investment into these sectors to create more job opportunities. For example, in the digital sector, the plan aligns with and supports the recommendations made in the Logan Review, which both highlights the importance of upskilling at all levels and upskilling traditionally underrepresented groups. And with regards to the opportunities that the Ayrshire has to offer, the member will be well aware that I am fully aware of those opportunities, and I can let him know that I miss no opportunity to signal to global investors that they should come and have a look at Ayrshire along with all other parts of Scotland.
Claudia Beamish, to be followed by Sandra White.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. How will the Scottish Government help facilitate the shift from what risk being high carbon stranded assets to those sectors of the future? And will there be actual guarantees recognising both the just transition imperative and indeed to ensure low carbon outcomes? While I appreciate it's difficult with it being private investment, what robust measures and criteria will be in place?
Minister.
The member will be aware that right at the core of this plan is the transition to net zero, and we make it very clear that we have we are not anything we do in this regard has to be focused on ensuring that that transition moves forward. The sector, of course, as I've said earlier, is hugely engaged and supportive of that transition, and we work very closely with them to make sure that in terms of businesses, skills, communities, individuals and their families in parts of Scotland, that transition takes place in a way that allows those individuals and businesses to refocus their skills and efforts in the renewable sector. And the same applies to private capital investment. The focus here is on attracting private capital investment to invest in that net zero transition. We're very explicit about that, and we work hard to identify those investors, engage with them and attract them to Scotland, which is leading the world in many aspects of the transition to renewable energy.
Final question on the statement, Sandra White.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Minister, earlier you mentioned GDP, a previous question answer. We know that GDP isn't the only measure of economic success. In fact, the recognition of well-being economies as shared by Scotland, New Zealand, Ireland and Wales, is in my mind of paramount importance. Can I therefore ask how the Global Capital Investment Plan will fit with the Scottish Government's work to deliver a well-being economy?
Minister.
Thank you. The choices set in the plan explicitly seek to focus effort on attracting investment that generates wider spillover benefits and aligns with our values around good global citizenship, tackling climate change and increasing well-being. This type of investment creates high-quality jobs, which in turn supports our inclusive growth ambitions and improves well-being. Private investment in innovative businesses and infrastructure can have an impact on wider social goals by, for example, improving digital connectivity and supporting health innovation. In addition, increasing, directing and sustaining investment in the low-carbon economy now will accelerate the transition to net zero. Not only will this reduce the impacts of climate change, it will also serve to create new industries and improve air quality and health outcomes. In addition to the projected impacts on GDP, the spillover impacts of increased private capital investment will also bring wider community impacts and support greater well-being.
Thank you very much, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement on a global capital investment plan, and we will move on in a moment to the next item of business. Can I remind members to follow social distancing measures in the chamber and beyond, and particularly when accessing and leaving their seats.
Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 24379 in the name of Graeme Day on behalf of the Bureau setting out a Stage 3 timetable. Could I call on the Minister to move this motion? Thank you. No other member has indicated they wish to speak. Therefore, the question is that motion 24379 be agreed. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thanks. So, we're turning now to Stage 3 proceedings on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Incorporation Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have with them the bill as amended at Stage 2, the marshalled list and the grouping of amendments. And as usual, the division bell will sound for 5 minutes when we have the first vote of the afternoon. All votes will last 1 minute. Any member who wishes to speak in a group should press their button to speak as soon as I call the group. And members should now return or refer to the marshalled list. We'll start with Group 1. This is regulations under Section 3. I'll call Amendment 1 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, group with Amendments 2 and 36, and the Minister Marie Todd, I think, to move Amendment 1 and speak to all amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Section 3 of the bill sets out the UNCRC requirements which consist of text from the Convention and the first 2 optional protocols. Section 3 also gives the Scottish Ministers the power to modify the schedule in specific ways by regulation. It's important that the Scottish Ministers can modify the schedule in line with any changes to the UNCRC or its optional protocols, or if an optional protocol is ratified by the United Kingdom. It may also be appropriate to modify the schedule should the powers of the Parliament change in future, for example by adding articles of the Convention which are not currently included due to reasons of legislative competence. This power is subject to the affirmative procedure, so there will be a high degree of scrutiny regarding its use. At stage 2, I supported an amendment of Alexander Stewart's requiring consultation in relation to regulations under section 3. Amendments 1 and 2, which I move today, are minor drafting changes to make the effect of the provision clearer. I support Ruth Maguire's Amendment 36, which would place on the Scottish Ministers the same consultation requirements that are included elsewhere in the bill. This would require Ministers to consult the Commissioner for Children and Young People in Scotland and the Scottish Commission for Human Rights prior to using the Section 3 power. This will ensure consistency between the duty to consult in Section 3 and similar provision elsewhere in the bill. I move Amendment 1 and I urge members to support it, and Amendments 2 and 36.
Thank you very much, Minister. And could I call Ruth Maguire to speak to Amendment 36 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Section 3 of the bill sets out the UNCRC requirements, which consist of text from the Convention and the first 2 optional protocols. It also gives the Scottish Ministers the power to modify the schedule in specific ways by regulation. Amendment 36 builds upon the amendments made at stage 2 by requiring consultation with the Commissioner for Children and Young People in Scotland and the Scottish Commission for Human Rights when the Scottish Ministers make regulations under section 3, in line with the other consultation requirements in the bill. That synergy and consistency seems both appropriate and necessary. I welcome the Minister's support for this amendment and move it in my name.
Thank you very much. And could I call Jamie Green?
Thank you. Just briefly to confirm, we will support all amendments in this group, but also specifically to commend the amendment by Ruth Maguire. We've heard, whilst this was an Equalities Committee bill, the Education and Skills Committee has heard frequently from the Commissioner, especially over the issues around the effects of lockdown measures on children and young people. Their inclusion in consultation is a welcome one, and I note that the Government has included this in stage 3. We haven't a number of amendments throughout the debate this afternoon that we may oppose, that I will speak to as and when we get to them. But the majority of amendments this afternoon, we will be pleased to support.
Thank you very much, Mr Green. Does the Minister wish to add anything by way of winding up?
No, thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So the question is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 2, Minister, to move formally?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 36, Ruth Maguire, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. We turn now to Group 2. This is on the interpretation of the UNCRC requirements. Can I call Amendment 3 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with amendments as shown? Cabinet Secretary John Swinney to move Amendment 3 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
My apologies, Presiding Officer. It's of fundamental importance that the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child requirements incorporated by this bill are interpreted and applied within the full context of the UNCRC itself, including the preamble and excluded provisions which cannot be incorporated within the powers of the Parliament at the present time. It is also important that they are interpreted and implemented using the rich sources of authoritative but non-binding materials produced by the Committee on the Rights of the Child where relevant. The courts can and do, as a matter of course, consider a wide range of sources of interpretation which are relevant to the cases which come before them. The purpose of Section 4 is to bring transparency to and to recognise the significance of sources which are fundamental to the understanding, interpretation and implementation of children's rights. The intention is that the bill promotes understanding of these sources and that their use becomes routine practice amongst public authorities, courts and practitioners in support of children and young people and the fulfilment of their rights. That is why we sought to address this at stage 2, and other amendments were added to section 4 by committee members. As we indicated during that debate, we were concerned that some of these amendments might have unintended consequences. In particular, as amended at stage 2, Ministers are concerned that although section 4.1 would only require the courts to take into account the sources where they consider them to be relevant, they would have to firstly consider all of the sources to determine what is and is not relevant. I believe this would risk placing a disproportionate burden on both litigants and the courts, and as such could delay children and young people achieving effective remedies for breaches of their rights. The changes to Section 4 would also risk the sources included in Section 4 being interpreted in a way which is not intended. These sources are widely understood to be authoritative sources of interpretation, but they are not legally binding. Since Stage 2, the Scottish Government has continued to work closely with key stakeholders, including the Commissioner for Children and Young People in Scotland, and together to better understand what they were seeking to achieve and to explore how best to do this. Hence, we have brought forward a range of amendments which we understand carry stakeholder support that seek to restore but also to improve the approach in Section 4 and elsewhere. Amendment 3 therefore restores the original drafting in Section 4.1 to avoid the unintended consequences that I have just set out, allowing courts to retain discretion in relation to whether any sources should be taken into account in cases which come before them. Since Stage 2, key stakeholders, including the Children's Commissioner and Together, have expressed interest in the sources included in Section 4.2 being expanded further. We are clear that the UNCRC requirements should be interpreted in their full international context, but it is important that we provide for this in a way which is not exclusive or prescriptive and does not prevent those sources being added to in the future. Amendments 4 and 5 seek to achieve this. Amendment 4 removes the new Section 4.2g and Amendment 5 removes the detailed list at Section 4.5, with Amendment 4 also replacing Section 4.2g with a much broader provision to include other international and comparative law. This will ensure that it is clear on the face of the bill that there is a rich tapestry of global human rights instruments and law which can assist courts, practitioners and public authorities in the interpretation and implementation of children's rights under the UNCRC, whether this is from the United Nations, the Council of Europe or other jurisdictions. I am delighted that the recommendations of the National Task Force on Human Rights Leadership were published on Friday. This Parliament will have the opportunity to consider how best to deliver a human rights framework for all after the forthcoming elections. I believe that our work on this bill provides a strong foundation for that work and recognises the intersectionality of human rights. It will be important that children's rights under this bill are considered within the context of wider international human rights obligations, such as under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which have a direct impact on the fulfilment of children's rights under the UNCRC. Amendments 4 and 5 will ensure that this wider international context and intersectionality is provided for based on current relevant conventions and potential future conventions to come. As amended at Stage 2, Sections 12 and 13 place requirements on Scottish ministers to publish a child rights scheme and to review the scheme and its operation each year. It is intended that these mechanisms will afford transparency and accountability to the steps taken or which are planned by ministers in relation to the compatibility duty in Section 6 and steps taken to give better and further effect to the rights of children. Amendments 16 to 19, 23 and 24 therefore provide for consideration of relevant international or comparative law in relation to Sections 12 and 13, creating a consistent approach with Section 4. They will ensure that the sources added to Section 4 by Amendment 4 are considered by Scottish ministers when they make, amend or report on the child rights scheme. Presiding Officer, I welcome that committee members encouraged us to take a closer look at our approach on these key matters, particularly in relation to intersectionality of rights, laws and conventions. I hope that what these amendments would put in place gives members confidence that we have the right approach and that they will support all of the amendments in Group 2. I move Amendment 3.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Can I call Jamie Green?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to speak briefly to this set of amendments. These are effectively reversing some of the changes to the bill that were made at Stage 2 by the committee, decisions made by majority on the committee, and I'm not entirely convinced the case has been made for their removal. Amendment 3, for example, it may seem like a small change from must to may, but the effect of doing so effectively weakens, in our view, the reach of the bill and allowing courts the flexibility needed to consider every aspect of the UNCRC in related texts. So if the UNCRC is to be incorporated into Scottish law as fully as possible, then it is only right that the courts must consider both this and any related texts. And this is the key so far this is relevant to the interpretation of the UNCRC, which I think therein lies the get-out, that it is, in the court's opinions, their subjectivity as to which subsection 2 issues they must take into account. Amendments 4 and 5 also, I think, seek to undo improvements that were made to the bill at stage 2. These amendments would remove the explicit references to the UN Treaty, general comments, concluding observations and comparative law, which we feel the inclusion of which strengthens this section of the bill by ensuring the courts adopt a comprehensive approach in its interpretation of its UNCRC requirements. The Cabinet Secretary just made mention of wanting to have a rich tapestry of sources available. You do not get a rich tapestry by removing things off the face of the bill in the manner in which is suggested. So we will be voting against all amendments in this group.
Thank you. Does the Cabinet Secretary wish to add anything by way of winding up?
So let me briefly address the issues that Jamie Green has raised, and he cited particularly the provisions in relation to Amendment 3. I don't accept the interpretation he's applying to that particular change, because what we're trying to do here is to recognise the importance of the courts being able to take the widest possible view on the information that and sources of interpretation that enable the courts to consider any particular issues that are presented to them. So we are trying to take the most open approach possible to enable the courts to be able to exercise the widest possible scope, and therefore, as a consequence, to be able to take into account the broadest range of factors in determining what would be appropriate sources of interpretation. And that's the basis upon which the government is advancing the amendments today. The general point I would make in relation to the grouping also is that we're specifically expanding the range of sources that can be included to include other international law and comparative law, therefore demonstrating how further steps have been taken to expand sources. And I hope that provides the necessary reassurance to Parliament of the intentions that the government has in this particular section to enable the broadest perspective to be undertaken in the interpretation of the requirements of the Convention. Thank you, President Officer.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. So, moving to the question. The question is that Amendment 3 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. This is the first division of the afternoon, so I'm going to suspend for 5 minutes just to call members to the chamber and to allow members online to access the voting app. Parliament is suspended for 5 minutes. Thank you. So we're now back in session and we're going to go straight to the vote. The vote is on Amendment 3 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary John Swinney. Members may cast their votes now. This is a 1-minute division on Amendment 3 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary John Swinney. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 3, amendment number 3 in the name of John Swinney is yes 85, no 25. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 4, John Swinney, to move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is, that Amendment 4 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We move to a division on Amendment 4. This will be a 1-minute division. 1-minute division, Amendment 4 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. That vote is closed. Please let me know if you are not able to vote. The result of the vote on Amendment 4 in the name of John Swinney is yes 86, no 25. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 5 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? Cabinet Secretary to move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote on Amendment 5, a 1-minute division. Thank you. 1-minute vote on Amendment 5. That vote is now closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 5 in the name of John Swinney is yes 83, no 26. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I'm going to turn now to Group 3. This is on the meaning of public authorities. Can I call Amendment 6 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 7, 8 and 9, and Minister Marie Todd to move Amendment 6 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, Section 6 is critical to the bill. It contains the central compatibility duty, which will require to the fullest extent possible within the Parliament's powers that public authorities do not act incompatibly with the UNCRC requirements set out in the schedule. Section 6 therefore needs to be as strong and as accurate as it can be. The definition of a public authority in Section 6(1) of the bill is intentionally wide and will include the full range of public authorities it is possible to cover. Section 6(3) provides that this includes, in particular, the Scottish Ministers, a court or tribunal, and any person certain of whose functions are functions of a public nature. Again, this final element is intentionally wide and is intended to capture the wide variety of public functions which are and may be in the future undertaken by those other than core public authorities. I understand why Mary Fee sought to include the further provision at Section 6(3)(a)(1)(v) and what her intent might have been behind it. We all want it to be crystal clear and for there to be no dubiety that all public bodies who have functions in relation to the care of children should be included in the definition of a public authority in this bill. And I hope I can assure Mary Fee and other members that those functions were already captured by the wording of Section 6 prior to this amendment and will continue to be captured without this provision on the face of the bill. Far from achieving this effect, the provision potentially has the opposite effect in that it may suggest that other functions which are not specifically named are not included and create uncertainty about the otherwise wide application of the definition of a public authority in Section 6. It is for this reason that I have lodged Amendment 7, and I hope members will understand the reasons why and support the amendment. There are also potentially unintended consequences behind paragraph B of Section 6(3)(a). It risks unintentionally narrowing the scope of paragraph A of Section 6(3)(a) and therefore the compatibility duty more broadly. But again, I understand the intent behind it. I've been clear that it is the Scottish Government's intention that the requirement not to act incompatibly with the UNCRC requirements should extend to others where they are carrying out functions under contracts or other arrangements with public authorities. That is the effect of Section 6(3)(a). I do not believe that this should be subject to the further qualification in Section 6(3)(a)(b), that the core purpose is the provision of a service which fulfills children's rights. I believe this could introduce confusion in relation to the scope of the UNCRC requirements in contracting out arrangements, which is not intended. So Amendment 8 seeks to remove this provision and replace part of it with the wording in Amendment 9. Section 6 is broadly modelled on the equivalent provision in Section 6 of the Human Rights Act 1998. However, the bill, as amended at Stage 2, seeks to go further than its Human Rights Act equivalent by making additional provision in Section 6(3)(a) in relation to contracting out arrangements. This reflects the fact that in Scotland, for some years now, public services have been provided by a wide range of core and hybrid public authorities, third sector bodies and private providers. There's concern amongst stakeholders that the court's interpretation of what constitutes a function of a public nature under the Human Rights Act has become overly narrow. This is a concern I have sympathy with, and it is why the Scottish Government brought forward an amendment at Stage 2, which is now Section 6(3)(a), to make it clear that functions carried out under a contract or other arrangement with a public authority fall within the scope of the compatibility duty in Section 6. What Amendment 9 seeks to do is provide certainty that how a function is funded should not be determinative of its classification as a function of a public nature. The other government amendment in this group, Amendment 6, is a minor amendment to improve the wording of Section 6. Presiding Officer, I hope that members accept these amendments, that these amendments seek to be helpful in applying greater clarity and certainty to this vital duty, and will support them. I move Amendment 6.
Thank you very much, Minister. Can I call Jamie Green?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I thank the Minister for clarification on some of those amendments, specifically 6A to 9. I think they're very helpful changes at stage 3. However, Amendment 7 is probably the one that we still remain to have difficulties with. The Minister seems to imply that the... let's take a look at what this actually is doing, this amendment. It says that it is unlawful for a public authority to act in a way which is incompatible with the UNCRC. Public authority means, and in the section of the clause that the government is removing, all public bodies who have functions in relation to the care of a child. Now, the argument has been made that the inclusion of this at stage 2 somehow is a restrictive clause, not an inclusive one, it is argued. The government also argues that it somehow narrows the definition of a public body. We would argue that it widens it and makes it inclusive. Now, I would say perhaps all public bodies would have been better phrased as any, but it is what it is at stage 2. That amendment was passed by the committee, and we believe it should still remain. I'm not entirely convinced that the case has been made for its removal, because surely all public bodies who have functions in relation to the care of a child should be encompassed by the very essence of the bill, given this is, as was stated, this is one of the most important sections of the bill. So perhaps in summing up, the Minister can explain why technically removal of all public bodies who have functions in relation to the care of a child is necessary.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister to wind up in this section.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm grateful for your support on some of the amendments. The bill, Section 6 of the bill really needs to be as strong and as accurate as it can be. Amendments 7 and 8 address the concern that the latest provision suggests that functions which are not specifically named are not covered by the duty not to act incompatibly. And the concern is that the specific provision which in relation to the care of children undermines the general application of the compatibility duty to all functions of public authorities. It introduces the idea that children's rights are only relevant in certain children's services, which is not desirable at all.
Jamie Green.
Again, the tone of that is that this somehow restricts the application of the bill. It actually says, and this is what the government is trying to remove, all public bodies who have functions in relation to the care of the child. There's nothing restrictive about that whatsoever.
Minister Wishart.
Thank you. It is by definition restrictive because it says have function in relation to children. What we are trying to do is produce a bill which has introduces compatibility duties on all public authorities, and that the idea that children's rights are relevant in every sphere of the public society. An example I would give is in the digital environment. There's arguments put forward that children don't need to be protected in digital areas which aren't targeted at children. I would argue that children need to be protected entirely in the digital environment, that it shouldn't just, the compatibility requirement shouldn't just be targeted at those areas which are specifically directed at children. It needs to be broader than that. Children are everywhere. So that is why we are concerned about the restrictive nature of this amendment, and that is why we are keen to remove what we perceive to be an unintended restriction on that point. It also introduces the term public bodies, which isn't used elsewhere in the bill, so it introduces a complexity on that front. To guard against a narrow interpretation of what constitutes a function of a public nature, Amendment 9 provides certainty that how a function is funded shouldn't be determinative of its classification as a function of a public nature. And again, I'd be grateful for the Chamber's support on that front. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move to the vote. The question is, the Amendment 6 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 7, Minister, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 7 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. Or not agreed? We're going to move to a division on Amendment 7. This will be a 1-minute division. Amendment 7, in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, a 1-minute division. Thank you. That vote is closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. The result of the vote on Amendment 7 in the name of John Swinney is yes 84, no 25. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call Amendment 8 in the name of John Swinney? Minister to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 9 in the name of John Swinney? The Minister to move. Or Cabinet Secretary to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 9 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. We're going to turn now to Group 4. This is on regulations under Section 7. Can I call Amendment 10 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 11, 12, 13 and 37? Cabinet Secretary John Swinney to move Amendment 10 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, Section 7 of the Bill makes provision about proceedings in relation to acts of public authorities which are incompatible with the UNCRC requirements. As amended at Stage 2, Subsection 5 places a duty on ministers to do certain things by regulations in relation to remedies for tribunals. These include adding to the relief or remedies that a particular tribunal can grant, the grounds on which they can be granted and the orders which the tribunal may make. The duty on ministers applies where they consider the regulations are necessary to ensure that the tribunal can provide appropriate remedies for breaches of the compatibility duty in the bill. This is intended to ensure that where a tribunal does not have the power to provide an appropriate remedy for a breach of the compatibility duty, the Scottish ministers can take steps to provide for this quickly without having to resort to primary legislation. As the Minister set out in Stage 2, the Section 7.5 power is subject to parliamentary scrutiny through the affirmative procedure and to reflect the fact that the making of regulations under Section 7.5 cannot be guaranteed by the Scottish ministers. Amendments 10 to 13 adjust this provision so that the duty on ministers is instead to lay draft regulations before the Parliament in the circumstances set out in Section 7.5. These technical amendments seek to provide absolute clarity and accuracy on the face of the bill about the purpose and the effect of these added provisions. I move Amendment 10, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. Can I call Ruth Maguire to speak to Amendment 37 and the other amendments in the group?
Presiding Officer, Section 7.5 of the Bill requires that the Scottish Ministers must, in certain circumstances, lay regulations to add to the remedies which a particular tribunal can award. The requirement will apply where the Scottish Ministers consider it necessary to ensure that the tribunal can award an appropriate remedy where a public authority has acted incompatibly with the UNCRC requirements. Amendments were made at Stage 2 requiring the Scottish Ministers to consult such persons as they consider appropriate when making such regulations. Amendment 37 seeks to apply greater clarity and consistency on whom should be consulted and will further provide at Section 5A that specific consultation is required with the Commissioner for Children and Young People in Scotland and the Scottish Commission for Human Rights, in line with the other consultation requirements in the bill. I welcome Scottish Government's support for this amendment and move it in my name.
Thank you very much. I have no other indications members wish to speak. Does the Cabinet Secretary wish to add anything by way of winding up?
Presiding Officer, can I simply place on the record that the Government fully supports Ruth Maguire's amendment, which will place the same consultation requirements on the use of this power that are included elsewhere in the bill, and I would urge members to support Amendments 10 and 37.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. So the question is that Amendment 10 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendments 11, 12 and 13, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, and invite the Cabinet Secretary to move them en bloc?
Moved en bloc, President.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on Amendments 11 to 13? No. No, that's good. So the question is that Amendments 11 to 13 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Can I call Amendment 37 in the name of Ruth Maguire? Ruth Maguire to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 37 be agreed to. Are we agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Turning now to Group 5. This is on guidance on Part 2. Can I call Amendment 38 in the name of Mary Fee in a group on its own? Mary Fee to move and speak to Amendment 38.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The issue of guidance has been of interest to many stakeholders throughout the consideration of this bill and to many members across this chamber. And that's what prompted me to lay my amendments in relation to this at stage 2. But I was also happy to listen to the Minister and not press those amendments. And as with so much else in this bill, it has been proceeded in a spirit of cooperation and consensus. And I am pleased that we have been able to do so when making the provision of guidance statutory. And I acknowledge and welcome that the Scottish Government always intended to prepare and publish guidance. But I do think that it's important that this commitment is made a requirement and that it is clear through the bill itself that guidance will be made available in support of effective implementation. And that's what Amendment 38 will deliver. It will ensure that ministers are required to issue guidance in support of Part 2 of the bill and that there is wide consultation, including with children and young people, about what is contained within that guidance. And whilst guidance will not replace the responsibility which public authorities will all have to ensure that their actions are compatible with children's rights, this amendment will strengthen the bill and ensure that public authorities are supported to fulfil the rights of children and young people. And I hope that members across the chamber can agree with me and support Amendment 38, which I move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call on the Minister, Marie Todd, to respond.
Presiding Officer, I thank Mary Fee for not pressing her amendments in relation to guidance at stage 2 and allowing us the time to discuss with her and stakeholders. It has always been the intention of the Scottish Government that a range of guidance and materials will be developed in partnership to support effective implementation of children's rights. This is, after all, groundbreaking legislation, and there will be a lot to think about in terms of how we best go about implementing its duties. Authorities and individuals will rightly need help and support in that, and officials are already engaging closely with public bodies and other key stakeholders to ensure they are supported to realise children's rights in practice. That will be fundamental to this bill's success. However, as I said at stage 2, government guidance cannot and should not replace the responsibility which will rest on all public authorities to ensure that they comply with their duty under Section 6. Guidance is not a substitute for considering the rights of children in all circumstances or for public authorities being proactive in their consideration of what this means to the delivery of their services to children and young people. Only through a proactive culture of everyday accountability for children's rights across public services can we ensure that children's rights are fully protected, respected and fulfilled. Presiding Officer, I thank Mary Fee for her cooperation and welcome her Amendment 38 to require the Scottish Ministers to issue guidance to support the implementation and operation of Part 2 of the bill.
Thank you very much. And does Mary Fee wish to add anything by way of winding up?
No, thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. So we'll move straight to the vote. The question is that Amendment 38 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Turning now to Group 6. This is on Children's Rights Scheme. Can I call Amendment 14 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings? Minister Marie Todd to move Amendment 14 and speak to all amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, the Children's Rights Scheme, which is provided for in Section 11 of the bill, is a crucial and fundamental mechanism to promote and deliver the aims and ambitions which underpin this legislation to proactively change the culture in Scotland. I welcome the significant and positive engagement from members and stakeholders with the scheme's provisions throughout the bill process. We all want to see the scheme strengthened where possible, particularly in relation to the list of matters included in Section 11.3. In relation to the government amendments in this group, Amendment 14 strengthens Section 11.3a of the bill and recognises the important role which children's advocacy services can play in ensuring children are able to participate in the making of decisions that affect them. If we want children to to participate in making decisions that affect them, we must recognise that they require support to do so, particularly where they have additional support needs or face challenges or barriers to knowing their rights. This amendment strengthens the scheme in this respect. Amendment 15 will ensure that there is additional transparency in relation to the protection of children's rights in private settings. The bill ensures that there is direct accountability through the compatibility duty in Section 6 in relation to all public functions. This reflects the fact that the UNCRC, like other international human rights treaties, places obligations on states to ensure that rights are respected, protected and fulfilled. The compatibility duty in Section 6 will mean that ministers will be required to take all measures required by the UNCRC requirements, which could include legislative measures to ensure that children's rights are protected in private settings. Amendment 15 adds to this by seeking to provide transparency in relation to this dimension of the duty on ministers and in relation to steps taken by ministers to give better and further effect to the rights of children in private settings. In implementing this requirement through the Children's Rights Scheme, the Scottish Government will consider best practice globally and will be guided by, amongst other things, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Amendments 20 and 21 are technical and I hope their purpose is clear. They ensure consistency between Section 11.1 as amended at Stage 2 and Section 13.3 and will require that reports about the scheme under Section 13.3 in relation to the Children's Rights Scheme must also include a summary of the actions taken by the Scottish Ministers for securing better or further effect of the rights of children in the reporting period. Amendment 22 is a minor technical amendment which improves the wording of Section 13.3. In relation to Amendment 39, the Scottish Government supported the inclusion of Section 11.3AA in the bill at Stage 2 and we're happy to support Amendment 39, which seeks to provide the further clarity that Together and the Children's Commissioner are seeking, not least through the annual scrutiny and associated reporting requirements for the scheme. We can all agree that we should all be doing everything that we can to identify and address the needs of children who are most at risk of their rights being unfulfilled. Scottish ministers are also supportive of Amendment 40 and I want to pay tribute to all that Mark Griffin has done in this Parliament and the last to promote the communication support needs of children and young people. Scottish ministers will be happy to help give effect to this amendment in practice by ensuring that information on how to communicate inclusively with children and young people will be included in all relevant guidance issued in support of the bill, and we will of course involve key stakeholders in that work. Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 14 and encourage members to support all the amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Minister. Can I call Joe Fitzpatrick to speak to Amendment 39 and the other amendments in the group? Joe Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I think we all agreed with the intention of the Stage 2 amendment, which passed on this issue, if not the execution. As drafted, it doesn't quite achieve what it set out to do. Amendment 39 therefore seeks to ensure that there is good transparency and accountability through the Children's Rights Scheme for the steps taken by Scottish ministers to identify and address the needs of children who are most at risk of their rights being unfulfilled. In order to ensure that children's rights are realised for all children and young people, it's essential that scrutiny in relation to the barriers faced by those whose rights are most at risk of being unfulfilled is prioritised. This amendment has been developed through close working with members of Together, and they've said that this amendment is about making sure that we understand and recognise the risk issues facing children and young people from specific population groups. This will include children and young people with learning disabilities, experienced children and young people, and children and young people who are impacted by parental imprisonment. Ensuring the experience of these children and young people are reflected in the Children's Rights Scheme is critical. These children face considerable barriers in accessing their human rights, and we can see evidence of this when we think about the experience and life opportunities of children and young people with learning disabilities. For example, recent findings from the Learning Disabilities Observatory showed that premature mortality was 12 times higher for children and young people with learning disabilities. than the rest of the population. This is simply unacceptable. This amendment is therefore important because it will ensure that there will be a focus to the Children's Rights Scheme on the barriers faced by those children and young people whose rights are most at risk, and on the steps which ministers plan to take to address this. While this was the intention of the Stage 2 amendment, its drafting didn't quite achieve that, so that's why these amendments correct. Amendment 41 is a technical amendment with the purpose of removing a redundant definition. And what's been said by the Minister in relation to Amendment 14 and fully support it. The provision of advocacy or some other support services will be critical for some children to be able to participate in decisions that are made about them. And on a similar vein, I also support Mark Griffin's Amendment 40, which will ensure that children with most complex support needs are able to receive inclusive communication. I don't think we should underestimate the difference having statutory duties and requirements like this in place will make for some children. Also happy to support the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Mr Fitzpatrick. Slightly bad line, but I think most members will be able to follow that. Can I call Mark Griffin to speak to Amendment 40 and the other amendments in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We'll be supporting all amendments in this group. Amendment number 40 in my name is sponsored by the Alliance of Health and Social Care and Deaf Scotland, as well as Together. And I'm very grateful for the discussions we've had with Government and have the support of ministers today. Members will be aware that other inclusive communication amendments have been included in other bills, the Social Security Act, Consumer Scotland Act and the Coronavirus No. 2 Act. Each placed duties on the Scottish Government to use the inclusive communication whilst exercising their functions under those acts. Though inclusive communication is required directly and indirectly in the UNCRC, this further duty to use and promote inclusive communication will realise the Convention objectives and ties in with the Articles 2, 12, 13, 17 and 29. But because this UNCRC bill works differently, so too does this amendment. This amendment therefore makes explicit provision for inclusive communication in the bill through the requirements of the Children's Rights Scheme. Communicating in a way that is inclusive with all people, particularly those who have a disability or specific communication needs, means that information can be better received, understood and accepted by the widest audience. Doing so recognises that people understand information and express themselves in different ways. Presiding Officer, though there has been some discussion about a wider inclusive communication bill in itself to put that principle into Scots law, I hope members can support Amendment 40 to secure its inclusion in this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Griffin. Can I call Jamie Green to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We welcome the Children's Rights Scheme included in this bill. I just want to speak against Amendments 39 and 41, 41 being a technical consequential 39. This effectively is about an amendment that was added at Stage 2, and it reads that the scheme must ensure that children who have one or more protected characteristics or in a situation of vulnerability have their rights respected, protected and fulfilled. I find it hard to disagree with any of that. Mr Fitzpatrick, although it was quite difficult to hear his argument, said, I believe, that as drafted it doesn't achieve what it sets out to do, but I think failed to make the case as to why, as it's drafted, it fails to set out what he wants to do. His Amendment 39 removes those two lines and inserts wording which I actually find it hard to disagree with. It does beg the question, though, why the wording suggested by Mr Fitzpatrick replaces rather than adds to what is already in the bill at Stage 2. If it was simply adding the wording as he recommended, we would be minded to support it, but it doesn't. It replaces, therefore we won't and can't.
Thank you very much. And Alex Cole-Hamilton. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I wish to speak in favour of all amendments in this group, but particularly Amendment 40 in the name of Mark Griffin. I think it speaks to Mark's contribution in this chamber over the years in terms of his dedication towards speech and language, that he has submitted this. This speaks to the values of the Act that we are passing, and in particular Article 12, which is about hearing the voice of the child. Communication is still a problem in Scotland. Listening to, seeking out the views of and understanding the views of the people that we are doing things to and around has always been a problem. And the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities rapporteur often comes back and says that we should be doing more, particularly around mental welfare, to get the views of the people that we're trying to assist. So I absolutely support Mark's amendments. The Liberal Democrats will support all the amendments in this group. Thank you very much. And can I call on the Minister Marito to wind up in this group?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think Amendment 14 strengthens the Children's Rights Scheme, and it recognises the important role which children's advocacy services can play in ensuring children are able to participate in the making of decisions that affect them. Amendment 15 requires ministers to set out the steps that they have taken to give better and further effect to the rights of children in private settings, and I'm grateful for all parties' support on those amendments. Amendments 39 and 41, children whose rights are at risk of not being fulfilled, is one which concerns children with protected characteristics and in situations of vulnerability. That's the wording that was passed at stage 2. We think that wording has certain failings and challenges, and we think that we support the intent of that wording, and we are keen to amend it. And Amendment 39 just simply seeks to achieve a better wording for the same intent and has the support of key stakeholders and Mary Fee, who pressed that amendment at stage 2. So I'd be grateful for members' support for that amendment too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. So we move to the question on Amendment 14. The question is that Amendment 14 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 39? Joe Fitzpatrick to move.
Moved.
Thank you, Mr Fitzpatrick. The question is that Amendment 39 be agreed to. Are we agreed?
Yes.
We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 39. This is a 1-minute division. Amendment 39 in the name of Joe Fitzpatrick. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Can I call Linda Fabiani to make a point of order?
And it wouldn't work. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Fabiani. You would have voted yes. I'll make sure your vote is noted. Thank you. So I've got... Point of order, Bob Doris first. Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was unable to vote on Amendment 39. I would have voted yes.
So you would have voted yes, Mr Doris. Thank you. Point of order, Bill Kidd at the back.
Order, please. Thank you. I would have voted yes. I had a problem with my voting.
Thank you, Mr Kidd. You would have voted yes. That will be added to. The result of the vote on amendment number 39 in the name of Joe Fitzpatrick is yes 87, no 24. There are no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Can I call amendment 15? This is the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Minister to move. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 15 be agreed to. Are we agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 40, Mark Griffin, to move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 40 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 41, Joe Fitzpatrick, to move?
Moved.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 41 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We're not agreed. We'll move to a division on Amendment 41. Members may cast their votes now. Amendment 41 in the name of Joe Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
That vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 41 in the name of Joe Fitzpatrick is yes 86, no 24. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I'm now going to call amendments 16 to 24. These are all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary and they were all debated previously either in Group 2 or Group 6. Can I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move on block?
Moved on block, President.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 16 to 24?
No.
In that case, the question is that amendments 16 to 24 are agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Thank you. Turning now to Group 7. This is on impact assessments. Can I call Amendment 42 in the name of Fulton McGregor? This is grouped with Amendment 25, 26, 27, 28 and 29. Fulton McGregor to move Amendment 42 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is a huge honour to move and speak to my Amendment 42 today during this historic moment for our Parliament and for our children and young people. I welcome Section 14(3)A and 3B, which were included at Stage 2, and will require that Scottish Ministers have to prepare a child rights and wellbeing impact assessment in relation to decisions to restrict the delivery of in-person education to children. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought previously unimaginable restrictions on our everyday lives, and of course this has included the closure of schools for 2 separate significant periods of time. While necessary for public health, we cannot underestimate the potential short and longer term impact on our young people, and this is especially true when we're talking about children's rights. I know and welcome that the rights of children and young people are at the heart of the decisions which the Scottish Government has taken and continues to take in relation to managing the impact of coronavirus on children and young people. And I think this is evident in the prioritisation of in-person learning as we move out of restrictions, a prioritisation that I, and I know many others, are very grateful for. I also welcome that when children's rights and wellbeing impact assessments are required to be prepared in relation to Section 14 provisions more generally, they must be published by the Scottish Government. It makes sense, therefore, to provide for their publication under this provision. Amendment 42, therefore, seeks to achieve this and will ensure that Section 14(3)A is in line with the rest of Section 14, so that in addition to preparing such impact assessments, Ministers must also publish them. I move Amendment 42, Presiding Officer, and support the other amendments in the name of the Cabinet Secretary in the group.
Thank you very much, Mr McGregor. And can I invite the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 25 and the other amendments in this group? John Swift.
Presiding Officer, as the Minister set out during Stage 2, Ministers are supportive of a provision to require Ministers to prepare child rights and wellbeing impact assessments in relation to decisions about school closures in the context of the COVID pandemic. The amendments which I lodged today are intended to make the provision work more effectively. Amendments 25 and 27 make it clear that the duty imposed on Ministers to prepare this category of child rights and wellbeing impact assessments applies only in relation to decisions taken by Ministers and strategies prepared by Ministers. I am concerned that the references to school age in these provisions may be taken to mean that decisions affecting the in-person education of pupils above school age would not be within the scope of the provision. This would have the effect of excluding decisions affecting 16 and 17-year-olds from coverage. I do not imagine that this was the intended effect of the provision. Therefore, Amendments 26 and 28 make the scope of the provision clearer so that it covers all children at school. I support Fulton McGregor's Amendment 42, which builds in the requirement to publish and not just prepare this category of child rights and wellbeing impact assessments. So, Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 25 and urge members to support it, along with Amendments 26 to 29 and also Mr McGregor's Amendment 42.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Mr McGregor, is there anything you wish to add by way of winding up in this group?
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Nothing further to add, just to press my amendment.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to the vote. The question is that Amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Can I call Amendments 25 to 29 and invite the Cabinet Secretary to move on block?
Moved on block, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Does any member object if we put a single question on Amendments 25 to 29? No. No. In that case, the question is that Amendments 25 to 29 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. Turning now to Group 8. This is on listed authorities, their functions and reporting arrangements. Can I call Amendment 43 in the name of Claire Adamson, grouped with Amendments 44, 30 and 45. Claire Adamson to move Amendment 43 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Section 15 of the bill requires listed authorities to report on the actions they have taken to meet the UNCRC requirements and on what steps they have taken more widely towards the progressive realisation of children's rights. In order to drive the proactive culture change that we all want, it will be important that these reports are acted upon as quickly as possible. Whilst listed authorities will of course be responsible for taking the actions identified in the reports, it will also be important that Ministers are aware of these reports and their contents. Amendments 43 and 44 will ensure that the reports from listed authorities are shared with Scottish Ministers as soon as is practicable after they are published, so that the Scottish Government is aware of their contents. I believe that this will further support the proactive realisation of children's rights in the bill that the bill promotes. I understand that there are some issues with revisions under the 2014 Children and Young People Act, an act that I was a committee member of as it went through the Parliament, and with similar reporting duties in its listed authorities without a corresponding duty to send a copy to Ministers. It would seem plainly obvious to me that it would be in everyone's interest for this to happen as a matter of course. I'm not quite sure why it doesn't, but providing for it to happen in statute makes it clear what is expected of listed authorities. I move Amendment 43. I'm keen to listen to hear Mary Fee's arguments in support of Amendment 45, and if I possibly can pause a moment, Presiding Officer, to commend Mary Fee for her commitment to children's rights, but also to the rights of retail workers, and particularly gypsy travellers over her time in this Parliament. I wish her well for ongoing endeavours. It is worth noting that it will not be the first or indeed the last time the Parliament has come together to provide a statutory underpinning to guide and provided direction on how guidelines should be drafted and developed. I'm likely to be happy to support Mary Fee's amendment as well, and the government's, which I think are an essential tidy up of amendments, but important ones that apply. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms Adamson. And just for information, we were struggling to hear you there, just at the edge of audibility, so maybe we could adjust the volume for winding up, if you wish to add anything. Can I call the Minister to speak to Amendment 30 and the other amendments in this group? Marie Todd.
Presiding Officer, Section 15 was amended at Stage 2 to provide that listed authorities under the reporting duty in Section 15 are not only required to report on what actions they've taken to meet the minimum standards in the UNCRC requirements, but also what steps they have taken more widely towards the progressive realisation of children's rights. Section 15 of the bill requires listed authorities to prepare and publish reports every 3 years on what they've done to comply with the duty in Section 6(1) of the bill, and also the actions they have taken to secure better or further effect of the rights of children. Listed authorities will also be required to set out and report on their plans for the next 3-year period. I welcome and support Amendments 43 and 44, which clarify the reporting cycle for these reports and ensure the published reports will be shared with Scottish ministers. It is a small but important addition that will help create synergy and accountability across all relevant authorities. As I set out at Stage 2, the Scottish ministers will be required to report annually on the operation of children's rights schemes. These reports will set out a number of things, including the steps that ministers are taking and plans they have to comply with the duty in Section 6. The reports will also set out ministers' plans for giving better and further effect to the rights of children. The requirement to prepare and publish these reports annually will relate to all of the Scottish Ministers' functions, including those of executive agencies such as the Scottish Prison Service. As such, Section 16(1)(ka), which includes the functions of the Scottish Prison Service in the listed authorities required to report under Section 16, is unnecessary. It's also at odds with the requirement on ministers to report annually under Section 13. Under Section 16, listed authorities are only required to report every 3 years. But we understand fully the motivation behind it, which is to try to seek to ensure that in future the impact of imprisonment on children and a child's rights is addressed. They are one of the most vulnerable groups of children in our society, and while the prison service and organisations like Families Outside have made significant progress in this regard in recent years, there is more to do to make sure that the rights of children affected by imprisonment can be fully and most effectively realised. We will therefore set out in the explanatory notes that the effect of the bill is that functions of executive agencies, including the Scottish Prison Service, will be covered by the Children's Rights Scheme and the annual reports on the scheme. I have written to Families Outside who supported the inclusion of this provision at Stage 2, and I'm pleased that they have confirmed they are content with its removal and our suggested alternative approach. I also welcome and support Amendment 45. As I said earlier in support of Amendment 38, it has always been the intention of the Scottish Government that a range of guidance and materials will be developed in partnership to support effective implementation of children's rights and the reporting duties under Section 15. Amendment 45 rightly sets out how that guidance should be prepared, who should be consulted in that process, and the duties on Scottish ministers in relation to guidance. These are important matters, providing clarity in the process to be adopted. Presiding Officer, I move Amendment 30 and I urge members to support Amendments 43, 44 and 45. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Can I call Mary Fee to speak to Amendment 45 and the other amendments in this group?
Can I begin by thanking Claire Adamson for her very kind words and confirm my support for all other amendments in this group. Presiding Officer, Amendment 45 is in line with my earlier Amendment 38 in Group 5 on guidance and will ensure that there is a similar requirement on the Scottish Ministers to provide guidance to support listed authorities in fulfilling their reporting requirements under Section 15. There is no doubt that making the commitments in this bill real, actually incorporating children's rights into service design and delivery, is going to be challenging. After all, we've never done it before. So people are going to need advice and support to help them get it right and to understand what is expected of them under this legislation. So I welcome the Scottish Government's willingness to issue guidance to listed authorities. It is also essential to ensure that there is transparency in relation to the guidance which is issued in support of implementation of this bill. By making this a requirement in the bill and by ensuring that such guidance is widely consulted upon, the bill will ensure that there is buy-in and support for the steps to be taken by listed authorities in the fulfilment of children's rights. And I hope members will agree with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Fee, can I call Jamie Green?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I listened with great interest to the Minister's response to Amendment 30. We will support all the other amendments in this group. We tried to include these two provisions in Stage 2. One was around Scottish ministers and their exercise of powers in relation to prisons and prisoners, and the other was the Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service. I see that there are no attempts to remove the latter. However, the only listed authority which has a duty to report, which references Scottish ministers, is this one, and it's the only one which Scottish ministers are seeking to remove, which is notable. I also pay tribute to any charity who has campaigned on this issue and raised it with us, but I would question whether or not it's necessary to remove specific reference. The argument that it's based around the terms of reporting, 3 years versus I believe it was 6 months, I think is a bit of a red herring, because I think there is nothing stopping ministers themselves reporting regularly. I don't think the addition of this would, as it is currently stated in Stage 2, would elongate the reporting requirements of ministers. But I do take on board the feedback that the organisations mentioned is comfortable with the government's approach on this. What I think it does raise, I think, is an important point that the Minister herself recognised, which is those children who do get caught up in the offending system, and the application of UNCRC will be relevant to them as well. So I just wanted to make that point, that we added this in for good reason at the time, supported by the various external organisations, and I thank the Minister for her update on it.
Thank you very much, Mr Green. And can I call Claire Adamson to wind up in this group?
I'm content to leave it there, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Adamson. So in that case, we're going to go straight to the vote. And the question is that Amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 44? Claire Adamson to move Amendment 44.
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 30? This is in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Minister to move formally. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 45 in the name of Mary Fee? Mary Fee to move.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Turning now to Group 9. This is reporting by the Scottish Parliament. Can I call Amendment 46 in the name of Mary Fee in a group on its own? Mary Fee to move and speak to Amendment 46.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 46 in my name would ensure that the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body would be required to publish a report outlining how the work of Parliament has met the requirements of this bill. And having worked closely with stakeholders, including Together on this is seen as an issue of great importance to these groups. The Scottish Parliament is a human rights guarantor and should play a leading role in ensuring that human rights promises made to children through the UNCRC Incorporation Scotland Bill are kept by all levels of government. Children do not have the same political or economic power as adults, and it is essential that in its role as a human rights guarantor, the Scottish Parliament pays particular attention to children's rights and ensures that children and young people are fully involved in decision-making on all matters that affect them. Children are impacted by a host of issues, ranging from transport policy to the environment and education. Children and young people have been at the heart of the passage of the UNCRC Scotland Incorporation Bill through the Scottish Parliament. The Equalities and Human Rights Committee has learned a great deal from children and young people through their involvement and is keen that this learning is shared across Parliament. And it is essential that children and young people's involvement in parliamentary business and the democratic process is not limited to a narrow range of topics. The Scottish Parliament must ensure that children and young people's rights are mainstreamed into its day-to-day work and across all policy areas. Members of the Scottish Parliament should make it a priority to engage children in this endeavour. The bill already places a range of duties on the Scottish Government and on the courts. It is only right that the Scottish Parliament should agree to accept duties itself. In requiring the Scottish Parliament to set out what it has done to secure better or further effect of the rights of children and what more it plans to do, this amendment will help to secure the culture change in the Scottish Parliament that we are seeking to achieve across Scotland, and I move Amendment 46.
Thank you very much. Can I call Andy Whiteman to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton? Andy Whiteman.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I want to make a few comments on behalf of the Scottish Parliamentary Corporate Body on Amendment 46. The SPCB recognises the aim of Amendment 46 to hold the Parliament to the same standard as other public authorities, but I'd like to make a few comments about how that can best be achieved. I note that the bill explicitly excludes the Parliament from Section 6 of the bill, which provides that it's unlawful for a public authority to act in a way which is incompatible with the UNCRC requirements. This, it appears to me, is not because the Parliament shouldn't be concerned about children's rights. Rather, this exclusion in Section 6 seems to recognise the unique status, structure and functions of the Parliament. I would just say in passing, Presiding Officer, that the next group concerns statements to Parliament about the compatibility of bills with UNCRC. I will not be speaking in that group, but the corporate body has looked at those and is very content with them. Some statutory provisions that apply to other public authorities do apply indeed to the corporate body. For example, the duty to produce a British Sign Language plan, the duty to produce a Gaelic language plan, the obligations of the Freedom of Information Scotland Act. These and other duties fit with the role of the SPCB as an employer, as a provider of services to Parliament, and as an owner of land and buildings. So where statutory duties are appropriate to its functions, it is very correct that corporate bodies should be held to the same standards as other public authorities. However, the corporate body is not a public authority that exists to provide services direct to the public. Its role is simply to provide the staff and the facilities to enable the Parliament to function. It has no role in defining how the Parliament or its committee should conduct their scrutiny and legislative functions. Members, not least committee conveners, would rightly be concerned should the SPCB seek to exert any direction or influence on those matters. And so the duty in Amendment 46 does not seem, therefore, to fit particularly well with the SPCB's role. Subsection 2A makes the corporate body responsible for reporting on matters that are not directly within its control. It's a matter for Parliament to decide its position on legislation and for individual committees to determine their own work programmes and business and how they undertake scrutiny. And it would not be consistent with the normal functions of the corporate body to be responsible for reporting on those. Subsection 2B would appear to require the corporate body to develop its own position on how the Parliament and its committees should, in future, secure better or further effect the rights of children. And it would not, in our view, be appropriate for the SPCB to seek to set policy in this area or to issue guidance. It has never done so, and it has no statutory role to do so. Its own functions and impartiality would be compromised if it did so. So while the corporate body would be concerned about any statutory duty that doesn't fit within its role, I would like, on behalf of the SPCB, to assure Mary Fee and all members that the corporate body is happy to commit to doing what it can to report on the way that the Parliament's activities promote children's rights. The Parliament has shown its commitment in many ways to furthering the rights of children and helping to ensure that their voices and concerns are heard, not least through its public engagement strategy. The corporate body supports all this work and will continue to do so. As members know, the SPCB already produces an annual report. This includes details of a lot of the engagement work that the Parliament undertakes. For example, significant work has been undertaken in Session 5 by the Parliament's Education Services and the newly established Participation and Communities team. This has included much closer working with schools in the Scottish Youth Parliament and hearing from a much more diverse range of younger voices in committees when it comes to the scrutiny of public policy and legislation. Committees have also made considerable efforts to make their reports and material accessible to children and young people. The work of the Equality and Human Rights Committee in this bill, for example, included the production of a child-friendly report. And in projects such as the development of the Parliament's new website, a very significant emphasis has been placed on accessibility. The SPCB is committed, Presiding Officer, to continue to resource the Parliament's participation agenda to make it easier for the Parliament to hear from more diverse voices, including children and young people, to inform its scrutiny work. So on behalf of the SPCB, I am happy to commit to it looking thoroughly at how the annual report can cover achievements and plans for continuous improvement in relation to engaging with children and children's rights. And I hope that this can satisfy the outcomes that some stakeholders in the public rightly want to see as a result of Amendment 46, without, however, placing a statutory duty on the SPCB that does not fit with its role and responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. Can I call Alice Cole-Hamilton?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I rise only briefly to speak in favour of Mary Fee's Amendment 46. This is really important to the children and young people's sector. It's really important to children and young people. It represents in many ways the only way that they have potentially to hold this Parliament to account in terms of making rights real. I understand the concerns that Andy Whiteman has raised, but I don't believe they're insurmountable. And I feel that this is our opportunity to throw our caps over the wall collectively on this issue, to press the SPCB to make rights real within its fabric. And I would urge the Chamber to support the motion, the amendment.
Thank you. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary, John Sweeney.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I thank Mary Fee for explaining the purpose and the effect of the amendments that she's brought forward. The Government has been clear throughout this bill process that human rights can only be fully realised in Scotland if all institutions of the state, including Parliament, take action to respect, protect and fulfil the rights that belong to every member of Scottish society. That applies equally to children's rights. As I have previously indicated, I am supportive of provision being made that would bring the Parliament within the provisions of the bill in some way. I have also been clear, however, that this is not a matter for the Scottish Government, but for Parliament itself, and that's why I welcome the initiative that Mary Fee has taken in this respect. In your letter, Presiding Officer, to the Equalities and Human Rights Committee on the 27th of January, you indicated that there are many ways in which the Parliament already seeks to respect and advance the interests and rights of children and young people, and I agree wholeheartedly with that assessment. One of the best features of this Parliament has been its willingness across the Chamber to include and welcome children and young people and to acknowledge, respect and celebrate their contribution to our civic life. In your letter, Presiding Officer, you also noted that the Parliament is in common with a number of public authorities subject to more general planning and reporting duties. I consider that Amendment 46 is in this spirit and will ensure that there is transparency in relation to steps taken by the Parliament to secure better or further effects of the rights of children. I believe this amendment recognises Parliament's role in relation to the protection of human rights in Scotland, and by requiring annual reporting on the Parliament to affirm and embed its reputation, its rightly deserved reputation, as a rights-respecting institution. I therefore am grateful to Mary Fee for bringing forward Amendment 46 and would indicate the Government will support this and would hope that other members would do so too.
Thank you very much. Can I call on Mary Fee to wind up and to press her or withdraw her amendment?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I begin by thanking Alex Cole-Hamilton and the Cabinet Secretary for the very positive and helpful comments they have made. I am grateful for the comments and the explanation that has been given by Andy Whiteman on behalf of the corporate body, and for the consideration that the corporate body has given to this matter. Throughout the evidence sessions, we heard repeatedly the view from stakeholders that this Parliament should be included. Through this bill, we ask of others what we are not prepared to do ourselves. This amendment has attracted a significant amount of interest. And, Presiding Officer, if I'm being perfectly honest, I had hoped that the response from Mr Whiteman would go further. I fully understand the concerns that he has raised, and I have given a lot of consideration. However, his reassurance and explanation falls far short of what I had hoped for and would not fulfil the aims of this amendment. His commitment to look thoroughly is not enough. But more importantly, Presiding Officer, it will not satisfy the many stakeholders who have campaigned on this specific issue. And ultimately, that is who we have a responsibility to, and I will press Amendment 46.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Moving on now to Group 10, compatibility statements. Can I call Amendment 47 in the name of Mary Fee, grouped with Amendment 48? Mary Fee to move Amendment 47 and speak to both amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 47 and 48 in my name seek to ensure that all bills introduced in the Parliament meet the UNCRC requirements, not just government bills. Effective scrutiny of legislation is essential in protecting, respecting and fulfilling children's rights in practice. The bill already requires scrutiny of the compatibility of Scottish Government primary and secondary legislation by requiring ministers to undertake a CRWIA and to make a statement of compatibility. At present, the bill does not make similar provision for non-government bills. The Scottish Government has been clear that it considers it appropriate for Parliament itself to consider whether these requirements should apply to members' bills and other non-government bills. Given the Scottish Parliament's role as a human rights guarantor, it is clearly appropriate for this duty to apply to all bills introduced to the Scottish Parliament, not just government bills. As such, these amendments will address this inconsistency and ensure effective scrutiny of all legislation introduced to the Parliament, and I move Amendment 47.
Thank you very much. And can I call the Cabinet Secretary? No other colleagues wish to comment on this section? Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. I'm grateful to Mary Fee for explaining this amendment. President Officer, the bill on introduction required Scottish ministers to make a compatibility statement in relation to Scottish Government bills. Amendments 47 and 48 are complementary to this and will extend the requirement for statements of compatibility to all public bills introduced into the Scottish Parliament. I think this is supportive of the ambition that children's rights are fully respected, protected and fulfilled in all legislation passed by this Parliament. Whilst the bill will not require that a children's rights and wellbeing impact assessment will be needed for non-government bills in the same way as for government bills, I believe Amendment 47 will support and encourage use of such impact assessments in relation to non-government bills. Adopting this practice would clearly help members to come to a view about the impact of a bill on children's rights. This issue was not legislated or not proposed to be legislated for by the Government at the outset of introduction of the bill for all proper reasons which Mary Fee has recounted to Parliament, and I'm grateful once again to Mary Fee for addressing that issue on Parliament's behalf, which I think is important that is done by a member who is not a member of the Government. I therefore support Amendments 47 and 48 on the basis that they complement and strengthen the bill, and I hope members will also support those amendments.
Thank you. Mary Fee to wind up or to press or withdraw?
I have no further comments and I'll press my amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 47 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Thank you. It's agreed. Can I call Amendment 48? Mary Fee to move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 48 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Turning now to Group 11. This is on legislation that sections 19 and 20 apply to. Can I call Amendment 49 in the name of Alexander Stewart, grouped with Amendments 50, 51, 52, 53 and 54. Alexander Stewart to move Amendment 49 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendments 49 and 50, and they are probing amendments. They seek to provide the Scottish Government with the opportunity to explain why they believe that including acts of the UK Parliament in Section 19 are within the competence. The effect of Amendment 49 is to delete Section 2A2 by existing acts of the UK Parliament in the scope of Section 19. Amendment 50 makes a further consequential change to Section 19. Section 19 provides the legislation which will be in the competence of the Scottish Parliament to make and must read that given the effect in any way of the competence of within the UNCR requirements. Legislation is defined in Sections 2A1 of the Act of the Scottish Parliament and subsequently 2A2 in the Act of Parliament. There is an issue that the application on 19.1 of the Act of the Scottish Parliament. There is a similar provision within Section 102 of the Scotland Act 1998, which states that the provision of the Act of the Scottish Parliament is to be read as narrowly as required within its competence. However, some may argue that this could be challenged as it is within the competence of the Scottish Parliament to apply the rule under Section 19.1 of the provision of the Act. This is because Acts of Parliament are interpreted in the accordance of the Interpretation Act of 1978. Furthermore, for the reference of Act of Parliament in Section 2A1 that applies for the future as well as the past Acts of Parliament. Questions may be raised into the future as to whether Section 2A1 will be considered in Section 28.7 of the Act of Scotland in 1998. The provision of the UK Parliament has the power to make laws on the Scottish Act, and the UK Parliament might have interpreted in the Act, and therefore I move Amendments 49 and 50. Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart. Does the member wish to speak in this section? Okay. In that case, I'll call the Cabinet Secretary, John Swinney.
Officer, amendments 49 to 50 and 52 to 54 would significantly undermine the protection for children's rights in Scotland, which this bill seeks to put in place, and are at odds with the Scottish Government's ambition that the bill should provide for the highest level of protection possible for children's rights within the powers of this Parliament. It is of fundamental importance that any incompatibilities in legislation which it would be within the power of the Parliament to make can be remedied. The amendments proposed by Mr Stewart would remove from the protections offered by sections 19 and 20 of the bill all acts of the United Kingdom Parliament which fall within the competence of this Parliament. That would, for example, include all pre-devolution legislation over which competence has been transferred. To help members understand the significance and the scope of that particular provision, that would put acts such as the Children's Scotland Act 1995, the Scottish parts of the Police Act 1997, the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act 1974, the Education Scotland Act 1980, the Education Scotland Act 1996, the National Health Service Scotland Act 1978, the Social Work Scotland Act 1968, the Family Law Scotland Act 1985, the Children and Young Persons Scotland Act 1937, the Registration of Births, Deaths and Marriages Scotland Act 1965, the Criminal Procedure Scotland Act 1995, and the Further Education Scotland Act 1992, all of them out of scope of this Parliament. So these are very wide-reaching amendments which would significantly undermine the protection for children's rights which the bill seeks to put in place. Now, I was somewhat perplexed when I heard Mr Stewart talking about these as probing amendments, because I received a letter on the 4th of March from the Secretary of State for Scotland, in which, and I quote, the Secretary of State for Scotland requested that the Scottish Government table an amendment that makes it clear that Westminster legislation is removed from the scope of sections 19 to 21. So here now members will not be surprised to hear that in my reply to the Secretary of State for Scotland on the 9th of March, I told the Secretary of State we would be doing no such thing. So I'm therefore surprised to hear this marshalled as a probing amendment in front of Parliament when there was nothing probing about the Secretary of State's letter to me of the 4th of March. In fact, the word I would use to describe the Secretary of State's letter was menacing. And so therefore, I think what we've had a little display of today is the fact that where the Secretary of State for Scotland thinks he can write menacing letters to the Deputy First Minister of Scotland, seeking to exempt key pieces of legislation that are integral to the legislative competence of this Parliament, he can then send his functionaries in to do his bidding for him at a later stage. So what I think this demonstrates is that there is underway a very, very, very orchestrated and sustained assault on the powers of this Parliament, which are not only, I'm not surprised, they're being cooked up in the office of the Secretary of State for Scotland in, of course.
Jamie Green.
I make no apologies for being a functionary in this chamber. Members in this place have every right to come to a stage-free debate with amendments. The Secretary of State for Scotland, who doesn't sit in this Parliament, is perfectly within his rights to represent the UK Government in his correspondence with the Scottish Government, which he has done. Now, the perception of that, it's entirely up to you, Cabinet Secretary, how you perceive those letters, the tone thereon, and indeed in what you reply to them with. But what the point that we're making today, and these are reflected by the Law Society of Scotland, who shared some of those concerns, valid concerns about the interplay between some of the provisions of this legislation and UK legislation as well. And those were valid concerns that were raised throughout the process. I talked about this at stage one in a constructive way, and I said we would approach this constructively, and we have. It's unfortunate the tone the Cabinet Secretary has taken this afternoon, given light of the content. We said we would support this bill throughout, and will do so today, and we'll talk about that in the stage-free debate. But the very message that the Cabinet Secretary is giving off, that we are somehow not trying to ensure that this bill is watertight, is unfortunate and a little bit demeaning, I have to say.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. I fear I may have touched a raw nerve this afternoon in what I'm saying, and just for the record, I am very much appreciative of the fact that the Conservatives have made clear their support for the bill, and the Secretary of State for Scotland, for completeness, so that I can do full justice to the argument of the Secretary of State for Scotland. He does put on the record in the letter that protecting vulnerable children is an absolute priority for the United Kingdom Government, and across the UK, different legal protections in place for children are recognised as being amongst the strongest in the world, and measures are integrated in our respective legislation. So that's me giving some other comments from the Secretary of State for Scotland's letter. But my point is that if I had followed the letter from the Secretary of State for Scotland, I did as he requested, and if we were to support these amendments by Mr Stewart, probing or otherwise, we would be limiting the protections available for children and young people, and that contradicts the direction of the bill, which I know Mr Green and the Conservatives support. So what I think we have touched on this afternoon is, and what these amendments have given me the happy opportunity to be able to point out to Parliament and to the public, is that there is an orchestrated attempt underway in the United Kingdom Government to hem in the powers and the responsibilities and the exercise of those responsibilities on behalf of the Scottish Parliament, as legislated for by the United Kingdom Parliament in the Scotland Act 1998, which I am one of just 3 remaining members in this Parliament, I think, who voted for that legislation in the House of Commons. And we did so because and I see Mr Stewart is here. It's going to be a sadder place, this Parliament, without Mr Stewart in the next parliamentary term. My colleague Rosanna Cunningham is the other Member of Parliament who voted for this legislation in the House of Commons. And so we voted for that legislation. The House of Commons and the House of Lords voted for that legislation to create a Parliament that was able to exercise in full its responsibilities in these areas of devolved competence. And we now see there is a pretty orchestrated attempt underway by the United Kingdom Government to interrupt that, whether it's the Internal Market Bill that my colleague Mr Russell has been involved in a gentle debate about, or whether it's the actions that have been set out to us in this letter from the Secretary of State for Scotland. Whatever it is, I think we're pretty clear. There's an organised threat to the powers of this Parliament, and this Government will have none of it. So, Presiding Officer, in case there is any uncertainty in anybody's mind, I oppose Amendments 49, 50, 52, 53 and 54. This Government opposes these amendments, and I hope members from across the parties will join us in sending a strong signal that we oppose them too, and that we're determined to protect the powers of this Parliament.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Mr Stewart, would you like to make any comments by way of winding up?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Yes, I would. As my colleague Jimmy Green indicated, these amendments came from the Law Society of Scotland. And Mr Swinney can make some strong representation about what is taking place in the UK Parliament, but the Law Society of Scotland felt that these amendments should at least be discussed and be given some airing during this whole process within this bill progressing, Mr Swinney. So I think that it is appropriate for me to put them forward today and to listen to what has been said this afternoon. But can I assure the Cabinet Secretary, there is no malice in this whole process, and I'm not at the behest of anybody from Westminster. If I have taken some advice, it is from the Law Society of Scotland, who have today suggested that these amendments, as I say, should be put in place, and I am being more than happy to put them forward. I note the comments that the Cabinet Secretary has made, and I take that on board. But I feel that at the same time they should have been given the opportunity to be aired. Thank you.
And could I ask Mr Stewart, does he intend to press Amendment 49?
No.
Mr Stewart is going to withdraw Amendment 49, if no one objects. Thank you. So, and so can I also confirm, Mr Stewart, that you don't intend to move Amendments 50, just Amendment 50, not moved?
Correct.
Thank you. Turning now to Group 12, this is on the role of the Lord Advocate and the Advocate General for Scotland. Can I call Amendment 51 in the name of Alexander Stewart? This is grouped with Amendments 55, 56, 57, 58 and 59. Alexander Stewart to move Amendment 51 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, I think under the circumstances I will not move these, because once again it may well be misinterpreted that I am trying to do something which is not the case, as I say, and as I say, these amendments were also given to me by the Law Society of Scotland, so I'm not going to give the opportunity for that to take place. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Can I just confirm, Mr Stewart, then, that you're not going to move Amendments 51 to 59 because they're coming consecutively? Confirmed. Thank you. So we turn now to Group 13. This is on rules of court. Can I call Amendment 31 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 32 and 33, and Minister Marie Todd to move Amendment 31 and speak to all the amendments in this group?
Presiding Officer, the amendments in this group make minor technical changes to the Bill's provision about rules of court. Amendment 33 adjusts Section 37 of the Bill to further clarify that existing powers to make rules of court may be used to make provision for the purpose of this Bill. Amendment 31 removes the definition from the Bill's general definition section, which is not needed because rules of court are only referred to in Section 37, and Amendment 32 is consequential on that change. I move Amendment 31.
Thank you very much. There's no other members who have indicated they wish to speak in this group, so we'll go straight to the question. The question is that Amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I ask the Minister to move Amendment 32?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 33? Minister to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Turning now to Group 14, can I call Amendment 34 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary? This is grouped with Amendment 35, and again Minister Marie Todd to move Amendment 34 and speak to both amendments in this group.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government has been clear in its desire to see the bill commenced as soon as it is practically possible. At Stage 2, the Equalities and Human Rights Committee supported provision that will commence the bill 6 months from royal assent in preference to our amendment to commence within 12 months. We've considered this carefully and have concluded that we can indeed support commencements within 6 months of royal assent. And as I made clear at Stage 2, it is the intention of the Scottish Government that the First Children's Rights Scheme is available to support commencement of the bill. Accordingly, Amendments 34 and 35 seek to build flexibility back into the bill to enable the Scottish Ministers to commence some provisions of the bill by regulation before the rest of the bill will commence. This will not affect the overall timetable because Section 42 will still mean that the bill will automatically come into force 6 months from royal assent, but it will mean that there is flexibility within that timetable, particularly to ensure that the practical work needed to commence key provisions is undertaken swiftly. Amendments 34 and 35 therefore will enable the orderly and effective commencement of the bill. I move Amendment 34 and encourage members to support it and Amendment 35.
Thank you. And I call Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I rise to speak in favour of Amendments 34 and 35. I move the original amendment at stage 2 to have commencement take place within 6 months rather than 12. And I congratulate the government for this amendment and their ambition here. The fact is that children and young people in Scotland want the rights and protections that Incorporation of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child affords them yesterday. They have wanted it for many, many years. We've started talking about this while I was still a child, and I'm really delighted to see where we are today. The concerns I think that were raised initially were around the ability of public bodies to be ready for this and be ready for the obligations that this bill and this the incorporation of this convention, as it will be, would ask of them. But the fact is that they've had this in the offing since the early days of 2012, when we were in the foothills of the 2014 Children and Young People Bill. They have been preparing for this, and they have been, I think, pulling together collectively towards this, this shared aim. So I don't think we've anything to fear by, again, pushing for earlier commencement. I'm very glad to see that this amendment will allow that earlier, if it is indeed possible to do so in advance of the 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there's no other member indicated they wish to speak. Does the Minister wish to add anything by way of conclusion?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go straight to the question. The question is that Amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Can I call Amendment 35, Minister, to move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 35 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed, and that ends our consideration of amendment. Now, at this stage, as members will be aware, I am required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of the bill relates to a protected subject matter, that is, whether it modifies the electoral system or franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, it does no such thing. Therefore, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Incorporation Scotland Bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. We're going to move on shortly to the debate on the bill. I'm just going to do a slight pause. Can I just ask all members, remind all members to follow the social distancing rules? There's quite a few chats breaking out, people coming together quite close, not wearing masks and so on. So just to encourage members, wear the masks, follow the one-way systems, don't cross in front of people at the desks, and just follow the rules. Thank you. A short pause before we proceed. Sorry, colleagues, I'm going to rethink matters. I'm actually going to call a 5-minute suspension before we move on. A 5-minute suspension. In fact, we'll call it till 6:10. So we're suspended and we'll call members back here at 6:10. Apologies for not recognising the needs of other members in the chamber.
can I say I'm just about to start, so in another minute, could I make sure all members who are in the debate are in the chamber, please? Thank you. The next item of business is a debate on motion 24369 in the name of John Swinney on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Incorporation Scotland Bill at stage 3. And those members who wish to speak in the debate, press the request to speak buttons now, and I call on Marie Todd to speak to and move the motion. Minister, please.
Presiding Officer, by incorporating the UNCRC directly into Scots law, we are pioneers. The first administration in the UK and the first devolved legislature anywhere in the world to do so. We should all be proud of that. The UNCRC is the most widely ratified international statement, but very few have taken the journey that Scotland has. And I want to thank everyone who has walked with us on this journey. Our first steps involved establishing a Scottish Commissioner for Children and Young People, and I want to thank Kathleen Marshall, Tam Bailey and Bruce Adamson for advocating for incorporation. I also want to thank all the organisations that have campaigned for incorporation. This campaign was made more potent when the Scottish Alliance for Children's Rights was formed in 1996. Now known as Together Scotland, the Alliance has been pivotal to the developments of this bill, and we are hugely grateful to Juliet Harris and all Together staff and directors for their efforts. I'm also very aware that there are many MSPs, past and present, who have campaigned for children's rights, needs and interests, moving us on the journey to get here. Thank you all. Here, Presiding Officer, is a landmark occasion to be celebrated. During any legislative process, it's easy to lose sight of the fundamental purpose of that bill. This bill sets out the architecture needed to incorporate the UNCRC, the mechanics of how to do that, and the mechanisms needed to resolve the circumstances when children's rights might not be met. That is right and proper. We had to ensure we put in place all the measures needed to get incorporation right. It's not a simple undertaking, after all, but we should also focus on the actual rights that we're incorporating into law and what they will mean for our children. This bill will mean the full range of children's rights within the powers of this Parliament are woven into the fabric of our law, our policy and our public life in Scotland. Incorporating Article 12 will mean that children have the right to be involved and heard in relation to the decisions that affect their lives. Article 23 will ensure that children with disabilities have dignity, self-reliance and are able to actively participate in their community. Article 3 will ensure that children's best interests are a primary consideration. That means we will all need to act to change things. When budget is required to support services which enable the fulfilment of children's rights, it'll need to be provided. When families have unmet needs, they should no longer have to fight for change. It becomes our duty to make change happen. There is a huge cultural shift I want this legislation to help deliver. But let's not forget the small changes which will also make a difference to children's everyday lives and which can send clear and unequivocal messages about what a child-centred society truly looks like delivering on the right to play. How we've had to live during the pandemic to help suppress the virus has brought into sharp relief the importance of play for children and the huge sacrifice that we have asked them to make to keep all of us safe. So I hope that this bill finally sees the no ball games allowed signs all across Scotland replaced with children welcome to play here signs instead. If we are to effect the change that we seek with this bill, then promoting awareness of children's rights under Article 42 is key. Raising awareness and understanding of children's rights will create a lasting legacy. It'll mean that the children of today grow up to empower the children of tomorrow. And make no mistake, this matters to Scotland's children. In every Scottish local authority area, thanks to UNICEF's wonderful Rights Respecting Schools programme, there are tens of thousands of children who have grown up learning in environments that are rights aware and which respect their rights. Through the work of Children in Scotland, the Children's Parliament and the Scottish Youth Parliament, children and young people have had their say throughout this process. And I thank every one of them for sharing their thoughts and opinions. One of the privileges of being Children's Minister is that I get to hear directly from children of all ages and see firsthand their understanding and awareness of what rights are and why they matter. Their tenacity and passion never fails to impress and indeed humble me. Their commitment to advancing their own rights and the rights of others to improving this bill has been an honour to witness and to support. How much this means to children and young people is best expressed in their own words. Abigail, a young advisor to the Commissioner's Office, said incorporation is a way of children having their voices heard. They know that they will be listened to and they know that they matter. As part of the Children's Parliament evidence to the bill's consultation last year, a child said, "I think you should make children's rights law because it will keep a lot more children safe." Presiding Officer, this bill will significantly advance children's rights across Scotland. Parliament passing this bill puts us in the vanguard as truly a world leader in children's rights. And it doesn't represent the end of the journey in making children's rights real. Far from it. It is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that the bill's ambitions are translated into real-life improvements which transform the lives and life chances of our children and young people. Today, we are delivering a revolution which heralds a new era for this nation. In the words of Lady Bird Johnson, the wife of US President Lyndon B. Johnson, who passed into law vital civil rights, children are likely to live up to what you believe of them. Presiding Officer, I believe in Scotland's children, and I move that the Parliament agrees that the UNCRC Incorporation Scotland Bill be passed.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now calling Alexander Stewart for the Conservatives. Mr Stewart, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to be able to open for the Scottish Conservatives this afternoon on Stage 3 debate on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Incorporation Scotland Bill. Protecting and safeguarding the rights of our children is fundamentally important. We must not only respect the value their contribution that they make, but listen to their views and involve them in the decisions that directly affect them. And I'd like to pay tribute to the committee I sit on, the Equalities and Human Rights, because they have taken huge consultation to ensure that there has been robust discussion and there's been robust debate to ensure that children's views were taken forward while we were going through this process. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child is the single most important ratified international human rights treaty in the history of the world and has been described as, without question, one of the complete statements on human rights ever produced. And that is the case, Deputy Presiding Officer. There are 4 key principles of the non-discrimination in the best interest of the child, the right of survival and development and the views of the child, and to ensure that they are supported and subscribed and is robust. And the United Nations Rights of the Child is nothing new to Scotland and to the United Kingdom. As we are well aware, the United Kingdom ratified the treaty now nearly 30 years ago. And in the Convention, it talks about ensuring that there are familiar and that children are understood and listened to. And it is something that is educated and teachers across schools and colleges make sure that young people are well aware of what is taking place within this process. And many steps have been taken both here in Scotland and across the United Kingdom to protect and enhance the rights of children. But the ratification of this international treaty does not automatically give it the effect under domestic law. And that is why we are here today considering this extremely important legislation within this Parliament. And it's right that we have to ensure that that takes place, and it's vitally important. And it is clear that there is not only a broad consensus on the objectives across this chamber, but also across the wider civic society within Scotland. The bill takes the necessary steps to ratify the lack of enforcement and ensures that UNCHR is incorporated into Scots law. And that directly makes the method and adopts the bill, and that will ensure that there is a maximum approach, and that's very much to be welcomed. There are 2 things combined with undoubtedly ensure that the rights are afforded under the UNCHR, and that is to enhance our domestic law and the full extent as possible. But if this bill is to work, rights are enshrined and must be enforceable. And in my view, it is right that the bill is ensuring that public authorities who fall and fail to comply with the UNCHR requirements under the new legislation could find themselves challenged within the courts. And this could give them and the judicial review that the Court of Session will have to involving UNCHR requirements with any proceedings. And the role of the Children and Young People's Commissioner is also incredibly important because they are the guardian of the children's rights here within Scotland. And they must be allowed to advocate on behalf of children and give the views of public authorities and ensure that if anything does go wrong, that is challenged. And I believe that the measures of the bill which will allow the Commissioner to bring court proceedings on behalf of a child will enhance that role. And I note the concerns that were raised by the committee at the Stage 1 report. And this has been reflected in the effectiveness of the action that's been taken, and we welcome that. I also welcome that the bill has amended at Stage 2 that reflects with comments on the children now were given an opportunity to express their own opinion on any of that. And it's absolutely right that in the absence of any evidence to the contrary, children should be presumed to be able to express their views on matters that are directly affecting their own lives. And this does take place within this. And it is also understood that the difficulties and technical challenges that when importing such a law into domestic law are already there. So while we take on board many of the objectives that are taking place here, we did discuss much of this when we were discussing things at Stage 2. And while we should not be obsessive about the incorporation that it took place, but while we saw at Stage 2 amendments were agreed and came forward. And these are there to significantly improve the bill and have provided additional and necessary clarity. And we've had that once again today, Deputy President, the clarity has been put into place. One amendment in the wording of the courts considered that the UNCR should be strengthened, and that went from the may to the must. And I think that once again showed the strength of feeling that was taking place. It was disappointing to see that the SNP members at Stage 3 did want to try and move out some of the ministerial authorities. But in saying that, as I say, we and the Conservatives are happy to support things. So in conclusion, Deputy Presiding Officer, we in the Scottish Conservatives are happy to support the bill and have done at all stages through and here today. And whilst we remain some issues. We have successfully managed to improve many aspects of the bill and the amendments that we put forward. We acknowledge the work that's taken place by many parties and many people, not just within this chamber, but outside, who have contributed. This bill does a job of incorporating into Scots law. It is incredibly important that this bill delivers on its full potential and protects and enhances the rights of children and young people across Scotland. And I am very happy to support it here today. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Stewart. And I call on Mary Fee to open for Labour. Ms Fee, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And as a member of the Equalities and Human Rights Committee, I am delighted to open this debate for Scottish Labour today. And I'd like to begin by thanking the committee clerks and the bill team for their extremely hard work on this piece of legislation. They have worked tirelessly for the last few weeks to ensure that we are able to reach the final stage of this bill in a shorter time frame than we had originally anticipated. This bill is a fantastic example of what we can achieve on issues of human rights when we do work together. The evidence that we received throughout our evidence sessions was insightful and informative, and this bill would be nowhere near as strong without the unwavering efforts and support and advice of the third sector organisations and individuals. I want to give special thanks to Together, who have given me great advice over the last few months. They have a wealth of knowledge, and their work to include children in the decision-making progress has been nothing short of inspiring. This debate today will be the final debate I take part in as a member of this Parliament, and I am honoured that it is on such an important piece of legislation, as children's rights are an issue that I have been championing for many, many years. And I have spent much of my time in Parliament focusing on equalities and human rights, so I could not think of a better way to sign off. We all have our differences of opinion in this chamber, but one thing I am sure we all have in common is our unwavering commitment to protecting and respecting our children with every fibre in our bodies. And this legislation allows us to do this. It builds on an ethos of putting children first in every single decision that we make. We can get more right for every child when they have specific protection through legislation. And our children have had an incredibly difficult year, one in which they have felt confused, they felt lonely, and they felt powerless. But I want to remind them that they are not alone and that they will be heard. And this bill will not only strengthen children's rights in Scotland, but it will also give children the confidence to use their rights so that they can feel safe and respected. And we have worked very hard at committee to ensure that this bill is strong and robust. Every decision that we have made has been scrutinised, and I am glad that we have been able to achieve cross-party support for such a crucial piece of legislation. And I'm grateful for the support that I received at stage 2 for my amendments and for the ongoing dialogue that I have had both with government and with stakeholders in order to lodge my amendments today. My amendments will provide additional clarity and will strengthen the bill. And, Presiding Officer, I have worked closely with the Gypsy Traveller community, children of prisoners and transgender people during my time in Parliament. And I am satisfied that this bill, in its amended form, explicitly includes them. This bill is a shining example of devolution at work. It's so important for us to use the powers of this Parliament. With devolved power in our hands, we can put that power in our children's hands. The incorporation of the United Nations Rights of the Child into Scots law is a first for the UK and one that we should be rightly proud of. And in coming to a close, Presiding Officer, I cannot express just how important this piece of legislation is for our children. This bill may have been developed in this Parliament by adults looking to leave the world a better place than the one we inherited. But the true owners of this bill are our children and our young people. And in leaving this Parliament, the best parting gift I can give is empowerment, protection and respect to all of our children and young people through the passage of this monumental bill tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Fee. And I understand you're closing for Labour, and that was your penultimate speech. Well done, and you've got a final speech to come. And now Colin Patrick Harvey, please, to close the Green Party, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, I was going to congratulate Mary Fee on her final speech, but I congratulate her on her penultimate speech, and I look forward to her final one. Certainly, her commitment to equalities is something that's been consistent throughout her time in the Scottish Parliament, and I think she will take with her the respect of the great many people whose lives she has worked to improve while she's been a member of this Parliament. Presiding Officer, this is a truly historic moment for Scotland, and I think it's fitting that passing this bill on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child is one of the final acts of this session of Parliament, a session which included Scotland's Year of Young People. In passing it, it's worth reflecting for a moment on how our rights are developed, how they come to be given status in our society, because the UK is an outlier by European and international democratic standards. It doesn't have a written constitution that sets out the basic and fundamental rights of the people. That's a result of the UK's historic development. It's what happens when your recent history lacks a moment of revolution or sweeping reform. The central pillar of the UK constitutional order, the sovereignty of the UK Parliament, was established following struggles between landed elites and the Crown, not a claim of the wider population's rights. And the trajectory the current UK government has us set on is one toward the erosion of pre-existing rights, not the enhancement and deepening of rights. A timely example to mention is the Istanbul Convention on Combating and Preventing Violence Against Women, which the UK has signed but still not yet ratified. When the UK government is no trusted guarantor of our basic rights, defending and improving those rights here in Scotland becomes a necessity. So I welcome the fact that this historic act that we're passing today will be followed by another, a Scottish Human Rights Act. Passing this bill today will give Scotland the most exciting and innovative children's rights legislation anywhere in the world. Those are the words of Children First, and I very strongly agree. The UNCRC incorporates both social and civil rights side by side. It seeks to overcome the historic division between those rights that has characterised many international rights treaties in recent decades. That was an artificial division, one that's often acted to undermine protection for social rights, particularly since the development of neoliberal economics and austerity. Even in places where social rights do have a stronger basis than in the UK, there has been a trend towards subordinating them to economic principles. This trend must be challenged, and the fundamental importance of social rights must be affirmed as core constitutional principles. So by transposing the social rights in the UNCRC into domestic law, Scotland can contribute to this effort. We can ensure that the courts here give due regard to those rights and develop case law around them. And of course, by enshrining them in law, we're creating a strong incentive for them to be respected sufficiently that children and young people don't need to seek redress through the legal system at all. The Greens are certainly glad to see that the bill in its final form continues to take a maximalist approach, ensuring that the UNCRC rights are incorporated to the greatest extent possible. This will include ensuring that all acts of the Scottish Parliament are compatible with UNCRC rights and provide the courts with the power to ensure that acts are compliant, both past and future. It will enhance the power of the Children's Commissioner, particularly with regard to raising proceedings in the public interest. It will also create a children's rights scheme, one of the most innovative and important aspects of the bill. There is, after all, little value in a right which is not known about and cannot be exercised. Given the barriers that children face to having their voices heard, this scheme will be an important tool to support their active participation in decisions that affect them, to raise awareness and promote their rights, and to consider the rights of children in budgeting processes. Considering the possible impacts of this bill, we could look, for example, at last year's SQA assessment scandal as one example. It's quite clear that a robust, participative assessment of the impact on young people's rights would have stopped that grading model long before the results were issued. That's exactly the kind of practical application of the UNCRC which will make a real difference in future. And I would strongly suggest to the SQA that they follow such an approach in the consultation process they've just launched on the question of appeals to this year's grades. Presiding Officer, passing this bill will be a landmark moment in the history of our Parliament. It's the culmination of over a decade's work by a great many people who can feel rightly proud of the work they have done to bring us to this point. And it will be a privilege to vote yes at decision time tonight.
Thank you, Mr Harvey. I now call out Cole Hamilton for the Liberal Democrats. Mr Cole Hamilton, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. It gives me great pride to rise in support of this bill tonight. But before I do, I want to say a word about my good friend Mary Fee. It's because of Mary Fee that I know the French word for sellotape after I helped her fix her glasses on a committee trip to Strasbourg. It's because of Mary Fee that children of prisoners will always be considered now going forward in terms of sentencing. And it's because of Mary Fee that gypsy travellers will remain in the consciousness of this Parliament for a long time after she has left it. But this Parliament and this chamber will be the poorer without her. Presiding Officer, this is an emotional day for me. I've spent much of my entire career campaigning for children's rights. And I want to take a moment to recognise, in particular, the contribution of my friends, the Children's Commissioner Bruce Adamson, of Juliette Harris, who's the director of Together, an organisation I was proud to chair, and in their commitment to making this happen today. I also want to recognise other friends like Chloe Riddle and Mark Ballard, but also the many, many children who have brought us to this point today. I thank them for their candour in speaking to our committee and their maturity in what they told us. I have clashed with this government on children's rights, sometimes very publicly, but I want today to congratulate them. Today, Scotland joins a more progressive and enlightened family of nations. We should all be justifiably proud of that. We should also be proud of the fact that we have in this parliamentary term extended equal protection that will end physical punishment of children and raise the age of criminal responsibility. That these things should fall in my first term of Parliament, well, that's hugely satisfying, but we know there is still a way to go. 7 years ago, I told the Education and Culture Committee on behalf of the children's voluntary sector that the most elegant solution against the international standard is to incorporate the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child into Scots law. Until we do something like that, I said, or we build on the provisions into the way in which we make policy, we will forever be behind those countries that have already incorporated the UNCRC. Presiding Officer, we have met that test today. By incorporating the UNCRC, it will ensure that the rights of our nation's children are not just respected and protected in the law of Scotland, it will ensure that public authorities are legally required to bake in the consideration of those rights into all of the work that they do. And I'm really pleased that this is going to happen as swiftly as possible. The UK ratified this convention when I was still a child. Public authorities have seen the direction of travel here from the early foothills of the Children and Young People Bill back in 2012. They've had nearly a decade to get their houses in order, and they are ready for it. And children and young people wanted this yesterday. Presiding Officer, it's one thing to pass a bill like this. It's another to live it year in and year out and deliver the intent behind it. And no matter how good any piece of legislation is when written, it is only as good as its implementation. That's why I welcome the commitment of ministers to come back to Parliament to report on the evidence on rights transgressions in our communities and in our public bodies, because in order for this legislation to be meaningful and fulfil its potential, then it must be a living document and we must keep it under review in perpetuity. This Parliament has a duty to improve the future of our children by making sure that their rights are embedded across all policy areas, with a policy focus on direct engagement in children and young people, making real their Article 12 rights. By so doing, the Scottish Parliament can build upon the positive steps taken by our committee and the work of many other committees in trying to involve children in the work and the efforts of policy development. Presiding Officer, the issue of children's rights is an urgent one. For every day that we went by without their rights being enshrined in law, then we exposed our children to many kinds of risk. I am delighted we are moving so swiftly in its implementation now. I'm grateful to colleagues across this chamber for their dedication to this bill and for putting the needs of Scotland's children at the heart of this debate and this discussion. Presiding Officer, I'll finish with this. Nelson Mandela once said that there can be no keener reflection of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. In the pages of this bill, we are finally reaching the measure of his test, and I will take great pride in supporting it tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr Cole-Hamilton. Open debate, and I call Ruth Maguire to be followed by Joe Fitzpatrick. Ms Maguire, please.
Incorporation is a way of children having their voices heard. They know that they'll be listened to, and they know that they matter. A lot of young kids feel overlooked in society as a whole, but incorporation of the UNCRC is saying, you're here, we see you, and we're helping you out. Having any knowledge of that is really going to do the world of good for a lot of children. Those are the words of one of the Children and Young People's Commissioner's young advisors. Presiding Officer, what has been a really difficult year for everyone, but perhaps particularly for our children and young people. It's an absolute joy to be standing in our Scottish Parliament and speak in favour of this landmark bill. I'll congratulate my committee colleague Mary Fee on her penultimate speech. We were even doing that differently, and I just want to commend her commitment to justice and fairness and equality. She's made a difference in her time here, and she'll be missed, I'm sure. I'd like to sincerely thank the Deputy First Minister, John Swinney, and Children's Minister, Marie Todd, for the leadership they've shown in taking a maximalist approach to incorporation. I thank colleagues and clerks on the Equalities and Human Rights Committee for their hard work and commitment, particularly those who never missed the early starts or the late finishes or indeed the Saturdays to ensure that the voices of children and young people have been heard and acted on. We didn't accept the term hard to reach when we were planning our participation, and no public authority should ever describe any child or young person like that. It's incumbent on us to reach out and listen to all children. And on that note, I thank the outreach team who facilitated the events that enabled us to speak with and hear from children and young people. My biggest thanks, though, goes to all those children and young people and their supporters, who first of all campaigned so hard for this for decades, and then generously and openly shared their thoughts, their experiences, and challenged and helped us to improve this bill. There are not many things in politics that command universal welcome, but almost everyone who shared their views with my committee through submissions, oral evidence, or participation, whether they were academics or children and young people, had one thing in common: overwhelming support for this bill. The reason? When this bill delivers in practice what it's setting out to do, it will put children's rights at the very centre of public authority decision-making. That will make a tangible difference to the lives of Scotland's children and young people, all of Scotland's children and young people. Now, that consensus and shared vision does not mean scrutiny and improvements weren't required. They were, and our Scottish Parliament did its job, with extensive consultation that put the views of children and young people at the heart of what we were doing. Presiding Officer, the best of this place isn't always when there's highly polarised political views being debated. It's also when we work together for a shared goal or ambition. I'm very proud of the work that my committee, this Parliament and the SNP Scottish Government have done in bringing forward this bill, scrutinising it, working together on amendments that will improve it for our children and young people. Scotland is leading the way here with the passage of this bill. We are on another step closer to realising our shared ambition of making Scotland the very best place to grow up. Another young person told us, There's no difference in talking to a child or an adult in terms of how seriously you need to take our rights. I'll be very glad to vote for that tonight and commend the bill to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Maguire. And I call Joe Fitzpatrick to be followed briefly by Gillian Martin. Mr Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm delighted that Scotland is set to become the first country in the United Kingdom to directly incorporate the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child into domestic law. It's crucial that we, as MSPs, engage with and listen to young people. The Committee and the Scottish Government have both sought to ensure that the voices of children are heard throughout the bill process. Earlier this year, I met virtually with Dundee's Scottish Youth Parliament representatives, and I'd like to share with you some of their thoughts about the importance of this bill for Scotland's children. Ravati Campbell, MSYP for Dundee West, told me a human rights-based approach has the fundamental principles of participation, accountability, non-discrimination, empowerment and legality. The UNCRC Incorporation will be instrumental in ensuring that these values are upheld in all political architecture concerning children and young people's rights. Through a leading piece of legislation that goes further than any other country, Scotland will be a beacon to the rest of the international community on respecting and upholding the rights of children and young people. She says it is crucial that the UNCRC reaches those from all communities and hubs, not just those engaging in certain environments. Our hope is that this will have a ripple effect on culture surrounding children and young people's rights. Salman Ismail, MSYP for Dundee East, told me that there are so many articles in the UNCRC bill that ensure every child is protected and offered the best and most optimistic route in life, but the one closest to his heart is Article 2, the Non-Discrimination Act, where every child must not be judged based on their skin colour, gender, religion, language or their family background. Lucy Angus, who's also MSYP for Dundee East, told me that full incorporation of the UNCRC is absolutely crucial for Scotland's young people. She said that the COVID-19 pandemic has created unprecedented challenges, particularly for young people, and that this bill ensures that we are not put in detriment and our rights are protected during this time and in the future. I also heard from Iman Hussain, Dundee West's newest MSYP, who's just come into post this month. Iman told me that as a young 14-year-old, she thinks that this is an important step. The law will help with the aim of the Scottish Government to protect and values the rights of children and young people in Scotland. This meets the desire for Scotland to be the best place in the world to grow up. She says the bill has a human rights approach, which is an important step, as it's not just talking about it, but actually legal action which demonstrates to young people that the government values their life, liberty, equality, education rights, and most importantly, their opinions. She says this feels like a more instrumental change and shows the people in charge are listening. A lot from young people. Presiding Officer, I'm sure that members will agree with Iman that we do indeed have a great deal to learn from our young people and that we must keep listening to them. I'm very grateful to Iman, Ravati, Lucy and Salman sharing their thoughts on the bill with me in order that I could share them with you to ensure that the voices of young Dundonians are heard here in our national parliament. The bill will put power into the hands of our children and young people and reaffirms our commitment to make Scotland the very best place in the world to grow up. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And I call Gillian Martin, then move to closing speeches. Ms Martin. I don't think your microphone's on.
Thank you. It is now. Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was pleased to be in the Equalities and Human Rights Committee as this bill went through. The journey of the bill to incorporate the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child is a great example on how Civic Scotland, the Parliament and Government can work together in the best and most inclusive of ways. And it's fair to say that the campaigning efforts of young people and children's rights organisations across the whole of Scotland has been fundamental to getting us to this point today. I particularly want to pay tribute to the work of the Scottish Youth Parliament, who have for years campaigned not just on the necessity for this legislation, but have, as individuals, informed and engaged young people in their own communities throughout Scotland on these issues. Throughout my time in the Equalities and Human Rights Committee, I've been chatting to the two MSYPs in Aberdeenshire East, Shane O'Mall and Finn Dixon, who are pupils at Inverurie Academy and Ellen Academy, respectively. Both of them have talked to me about how important the UNCRC Incorporation is to them and of the work they've been doing with their peers to ensure that children's rights are communicated and discussed as part of their everyday lives. They and many other young people I spoke to also highlighted the importance of the UNCRC right in particular to be heard and to have their views taken seriously in all matters affecting them. And key to this is having the knowledge of your rights and an understanding of the options open to them in any situation and knowing about decisions made that affect them. I was pleased to be able to make some amendments at stage 2 which strengthened the requirement for child-friendly communication of reports relating to them. And I was prompted to propose these changes after attending our committee's many outreach sessions with children and young people. In particular, I'd like to commend the care-experienced young people who spoke to me about the times in their lives where they have felt that they weren't made aware of their rights or haven't been given the information in a way that was comprehensible to them, or indeed at all. One care-experienced young man reflected on times in his life when he wasn't informed enough to ensure his views were taken into account over decisions about where he should live. And a young person with experience of the justice system told us a lot of professionals automatically assume, as young people with lived experience, that we know about our rights when we don't. Now is the time for every organisation to look at their processes and procedures and ensure that children's rights are embedded, communicated and respected. Certainly, an area that I know our committee colleague, Mary Fee, has done a lot of work in is with the families of prisoners, and particularly in the rights of children to see their parents. In my area, we have a situation where local councils have reduced or withdrawn funding to the Family Centre HMP Grampian. And I've been arguing for that funding to be reinstated to allow the centre to be open at its fullest capacity with child-friendly facilities and people that prepare children for experience of visiting prison and provide support for families. I will be again challenging these short-sighted funding decisions with a children's right perspective with the wind of the UNCRC Incorporation at my back. We are, amongst other things, about to vote tonight to ensure that there is a legal duty on Scottish ministers to carry out and publish a child's right and wellbeing impact assessment in all legislation from now on. Everything we do must be compatible with the UNCRC. Everything. It's a watershed moment for Scotland's children, and I know many of them are watching us today. Presiding Officer, it's a great bill. As Ruth Maguire said, this is a joyful moment, and I'm proud to support it tonight on behalf of the children in my constituency of Aberdeenshire East. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Martin. And I now call on Mary Fee to close for Labour. And Ms Fee, this is your ultimate speech.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And yes, let me give you the reassurance and give the Chamber the reassurance that this is definitely my final contribution to a debate in the Scottish Parliament. And I would like to use some of my time to reflect on my 10 years as a member of the Scottish Parliament for West Scotland. It has truly been an honour and a privilege to represent West Scotland since 2011. And my time in this Parliament has aligned with many positive moments and progressive changes. In many aspects, Scotland has come a long way, yet there is still far more we can do on equality and human rights issues. As most will know, I have placed equalities and human rights at the core of what I have done. And my ambition to create a more equal Scotland has been a driving force in my long political life. And protecting the rights of underrepresented groups such as the LGBT community, gypsy travellers, black and ethnic minorities and families of prisoners has been a mission that I have held close to my heart, and I am thankful for the opportunities that have arisen to put my beliefs into action. And Deputy Presiding Officer, of all of the votes that I have cast in this chamber, the two that I am most proud of are the votes in favour of the Marriage and Civil Partnership Scotland Act 2014 and the Historical Sexual Offences, Pardons and Disregards Scotland Act 2018. These promoted equality for LGBT people and tried finally to make amends for the horrors of the past. I also want to place on the record my gratitude to the many colleagues from all parties who have been a source of constant support and friendship and continued to motivate me to do better for not only West Scotland, but for all of Scotland. I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank all of the Parliament staff, especially the clerks, the security and the catering teams. Without the staff that assist us in this place, this building simply could not function. And, Presiding Officer, without a doubt, the last 10 years has been a journey for me. And it's a journey that would have been so much more difficult without my staff. So I want to place on the record my thanks to Angela, Gareth, Dan, Rory and Zoe. I can never thank you enough for your hard work and support. And, Presiding Officer, coming back to the passing of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Child Incorporation Bill, we have had a very consensual debate today. It has been a short debate, but it's been a very consensual debate, and one that has demonstrated the willingness of members from across the chamber to improve the lives of children now and for the future. We will become the first nation in the UK to legally enforce the rights enshrined in the UNCRC, showing again that we can use the powers of this Parliament to lead. With devolved powers in our hands, we can put that power into our children's hands. This bill has been one that may have come later than I personally would have preferred, but it is timely as we recover from the pandemic and ensure that the future of children and young people are protected and their rights are guaranteed. There were many children's groups and organisations that the committee heard from, and I am delighted that we get to pass this bill today for them and the voices that they represent. And finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, it is my sincere hope that the next Parliament is one that rebuilds our society to make it more fair, more equal and more protected. I would like to see the next session of Parliament continue the work to improve the outcomes and end the discrimination of gypsy travellers, to further support families of offenders and make meaningful reform to our criminal justice system. I'd also like to finally see an end to the discrimination our trans community face every single day just trying to lead their lives. And as the focus of today is children's rights, I also hope that progress can be made in raising the age of criminal responsibility, treating children as children and not as criminals. And finally, and this is definitely my last finally, Presiding Officer, I hope the next Parliament...
I'm not timing you. Go ahead.
I hope the next Parliament continues the work to make our society more fair, more equal and more protected, and that the members that remain here are a positive example of how we can enhance equality and protect human rights. And I said in my opening remarks that the best parting gift I can give is empowerment, protection and respect to our children by passing this bill today. And I cannot overemphasise the importance of this legislation, and it truly will be a privilege to vote for it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Fee. You will be missed. You'll be missed. I now call on Jamie Green to close the Conservatives. Mr Green, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to speak in this Stage 3 debate. Can I start by offering my thanks to the Equalities and Human Rights Committee for steering this critical piece of legislation through our Parliament. I do miss the committee a lot. We shared some great experiences and I made some friends in that committee. One of them, I believe, Mary Fee. I get the opportunity of saying thanks to her for her final speech, not her penultimate speech. But I think it's really important we place on record as a Parliament our thanks to Mary and people like Mary. It was just last week we heard from Ian Gray in the redress bills. And I think it's, people like myself, new members to this Parliament, despite our many political differences, I've learned so much from other members, especially those who've been here for multiple terms. And I know Mary's work on transgender rights, on the Gypsy travelling community, I share many of her aims and ambitions there, but specifically those 2 votes that she mentioned, that she's so proud of, that affect my community and people like me. I haven't been able to take advantage of the one on civil partnership, but maybe one day I will. But thank you, Mary, for everything. Thank you. I hope that's on the official report as well. And that leads me on to the very essence of what we're doing here today. It was only last week that we did pass the redress bill, another piece of historic legislation that sought to right wrongs of the past. But that was to right wrongs of the past. This bill is different. This bill is about the future. I think it shows the positive change that we can make if we work together. The UNCRC bill is similar in that regard. I just hope that when we do return from the weeks of intense campaigning and differences of opinion that face us all in the coming weeks, that we do come back and reflect on those positives. Because having full cross-party support for a bill like this, I think is important. It sends a signal. Because this legislation, given that it will enshrine articles set out in the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child into Scottish law, it is a clear example about how this Parliament can go above and beyond. The UK has a proud tradition of championing international human rights and global conventions, way back before this Parliament itself even. The UK not only helped draft the European Convention of Human Rights, but was one of the first countries to ratify it way back in 1951. Decades later, the UK passed the 1988 Human Rights Act, which transposed European court rulings into our own domestic law, something which many European countries are themselves yet to do. And to this day, we still play a leading role, and I hope we will do so, in the Council of Europe and the United Nations Economic and Social Council, which govern many of our human rights frameworks. But the UNCRC is different. It is different because of the relevance to its key 4 pillars and devolved powers. Those key 4 pillars, non-discrimination, the right to survival and development, the interests of the child and the views of the child. And I think the events of this past year have shone a light on all of those. It doesn't just cover, it's not just a framework which covers the rights of a child. It isn't just a convention that we're ratifying, because the convention itself has been around for 30 years. But we know that so many children, even in the developed world, are still being let down. UNICEF themselves say it's up to our generation to demand that leaders from government, business and communities fulfil their commitments to take action for children's rights now, once and for all. They must commit to making sure every child has every right. I don't disagree with anything in that, but we must recognise that just passing legislation is not an end in itself, and further efforts are needed by all of us. We cannot let this be a debate where we pat ourselves on the back too much. Passing law is one thing, making a difference is another. It is what we do which matters, not what we say. And the decisions that we've made this past year, they've been difficult ones. I've sat here on many occasions and struggled with the decisions we've had to make and the effect that that will have, knowing the effects they will have on young people, whether it was the closure of schools or nurseries, whether it was the unfortunate delay to childcare, whether it was the delays and backlogs in children's panel hearings, or, as we now know, the rise in domestic abuse and violence, or the mental health crisis which awaits us at the other side, the closure of outdoor learning centres, the SQA's decisions around exams, the drugs crisis, the quality of our housing. These are all issues that both government and its agencies, some of which I admit are outside of the control of government, play into the lives of children. One does have to wonder how any of this, or if any of this, would have been handled differently if this bill had passed a year ago today rather than today. Because we cannot and we should not underestimate the substantial impact that this pandemic has had on young people, which is why this bill is so important. We know that children are not necessarily the face of the COVID pandemic, but they are risking becoming its biggest victims. Presiding Officer, I'll close by saying that these benches, I hope, as has been demonstrated throughout this process, will work constructively and positively with anyone in this Parliament. It's an issue way above politics, outside of traditional party lines. It's something that means a lot to us personally, which is why I support the bill today. But as I've said, our job doesn't end there. Talk and action are two very different things. I'm really pleased to support this bill, but I do hope this next Parliament goes way beyond talk and does more action.
Thank you very much, Mr Green. I call on John Swinney to close the Government. Cabinet Secretary, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's an enormous pleasure for me to close this debate on behalf of the Scottish Government. And, Presiding Officer, I don't think it will be a revelation to members of Parliament if they realise that not every day for me is a good day. Sometimes there are very, very difficult days. Well, today is a very, very good day. And it started off really well with a meeting of the Cabinet. I don't always say that about meetings of the Cabinet, but it was a special meeting of the Cabinet because it was the annual meeting of the Cabinet with children and young people in Scotland. And members of the Cabinet listened with care to the issues raised with us by young people. They raised with us their concerns about racism in our society and went through a little exercise with members of the Cabinet, which I was horrified to find out that from my experience of the education system in Scotland, I was at the wrong end of the spectrum in terms of my experience of how my education was structured in terms of the understanding of the questions of race. They talked about the mental well-being issues that many young people face, and colleagues across the spectrum have talked about these issues as a consequence of COVID. They talked about digital poverty, and they challenged us about our agenda on climate change and what more we had to do, with a super idea about plant a tree day for every one of our citizens to go and plant a tree. And, well, that would get us about 5.5 million trees in one afternoon if we could all get round to doing it. So, wonderful ideas. But for me, the whole essence of the conversation was captured by the contribution of a young man, a member of the Scottish Youth Parliament for Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley, Liam Fowley, who sits on the Education Recovery Group and who sits with us every week, every Thursday morning, and makes a contribution on behalf of young people on the issues of education recovery. And Liam said this to the Cabinet this morning: make young people part of the thought process, not an afterthought. Make young people part of the thought process, not an afterthought. And that strikes me as a particularly good comment to sum up where we've reached as we edge towards the end of this very good day for Scotland, and this certainly very good day for the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills in comparison to other days. The bill, that brings me to the bill that's before us this evening. And bills start off with that initial rather tentative conversation with the bill team, where they largely say to ministers, what do you want to be in this bill? And you have to set out your instructions. And Patrick Harvey put his finger on it when he used the word maximalist. That was the direction I gave to officials at the start of this process. This bill was to be a maximalist bill. We were to do all that we could within our legislative competence to protect the rights of children and young people through the incorporation of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child into Scots law. And I'm glad that Patrick Harvey acknowledged that point, and I think it's been shared across the Parliament in the debate that we've had this evening. The bill has undoubtedly, and I said this also last Thursday when I closed the debate on the Government's behalf in relation to the redress bill, the bill has been strengthened by parliamentary scrutiny, and in that respect I pay tribute to the Equalities and Human Rights Committee and its convener for the scrutiny that they have presided over in relation to this bill. At all levels, whether that was about the detailed line-by-line scrutiny or the committee going out of its way to engage children and young people on whatever time of the day or the Saturdays to make that happen, essentially living out the point that Liam Fowley was making about make young people part of the thought process, not an afterthought, and the bill has been strengthened as a consequence of that. So I thank the committee for that. And I reinforce a point that I made on Thursday night as well. This Parliament gets a lot of criticism and a lot of stick from people who deride what goes on here. But actually, there is a phenomenal amount of very good, detailed work undertaken by members of Parliament of all political persuasions that enhances the law of our country or the scrutiny of particular issues that we have to face. Now, of course, passage of a bill is one thing. We then come to the point that Jamie Green fairly raises in his summation for the Conservatives, and I welcome Conservative support for this bill, is about the implementation and what does it result in. And if I was to put one test on this to set up the ground for future scrutiny in the Public Audit Committee proceedings in the years to come, it has to be about whether there's a culture change in institutions in Scotland about how we consider the rights and the perspectives of children. That will be the measure. Now, there'll be a few challenges about how we actually document and measure that, but that will be the measure of whether this has been successful or not. But undoubtedly, the implementation is the critical next step of how we take forward this bill. But we've arrived at this moment, and the Minister made a number of remarks in her opening comments about those who have contributed to this journey, but one of the people who's contributed phenomenally to this journey is Mary Fee. And I'm glad that I have the opportunity on the Government's behalf to pay tribute to Mary Fee at the conclusion of this debate. Mary Fee has been a tenacious campaigner on behalf of children's rights and of all aspects of the equalities of our citizens. And she mentioned, and I think this, in a sense, Mary Fee mentioned three particular themes of her activity, which have been around protecting the position of gypsy travellers, about supporting transgender citizens, and about protecting the families of prisoners. And if I could select three particular campaigns, and I don't say this in any way disrespectfully, that are not exactly mainstream or there's not a queue of people to lead these campaigns, it would be perhaps these three themes. And I think that says everything about Mary Fee's willingness to reach out for individuals that society doesn't always do an awful lot to reach. And that is, I think, what I would want to say to Mary Fee, and paying tribute to 10 years of distinguished service on behalf of her constituents in the west of Scotland, but more particularly influencing debates about the rights of individuals, about equalities, and about, crucially in this bill, respect for children, which is where Mary Fee concluded her last speech in Parliament. So I extend to Mary Fee the warmest wishes of the Government, and I know that's supported by all members of Parliament. This journey, of course, has involved many people, and it's taken the Government a long time to get to this point. The foothills of this journey were led by my dear friend and colleague Michael Russell, who is sitting behind me. I can't always say he's been behind me over the years, but he's been behind me more often than not over the years. But Michael has been a friend, ally, colleague and confidant of mine for the best part of, I'm now trying to do a sum in my head, presiding officer, over 30 years. And ever since I first declared his election to national office in the SNP by a margin of 1 vote, I seem to remember, in 1987. But Michael Russell is standing down at the election, and this is an opportunity for me to pay public tribute to his enormous service to this Parliament and to my party, and to recognise the contribution that he has made from many perspectives, from the literary depth that he brings to his contributions, from his analysis of issues, and for his wise counsel to Parliament. He was accompanied in the foothills journey on this bill by Aileen Campbell, who also stands down at this election. And I've had the pleasure to work with Aileen as a cabinet colleague and also to represent her dear parents in this Parliament, who are friends and constituents of mine. And I pay tribute to Aileen Campbell for all that she has done to lead the debate on children's rights, and I wish her well in the future. On this bill, presiding officer, Much has been said about the role of stakeholders, but I do want to say something about the role of UNICEF, about the role of Together and the role of the Children's Commissioner. They have been tenacious in bringing forward the arguments for this legislation, and they've played a constructive role in making sure this legislation could be as strong as it possibly could be. And I express on the Government's behalf our profound gratitude to them for the contribution that they have made. Bills do not come about by accident. We've been supported by a fantastic bill team of civil servants who've worked on this very complex bill with diligence and energy and have engaged constructively, and I thank them for that. I also want to say that my portfolio has had to deal with two sizable bills in the course of the last 10 days. I have been hugely supported by the Children's Minister, Marie Todd, who's given exemplary leadership to this process, and I am enormously grateful to her for all that she has done. Presiding Officer, I'm grateful to you for indulging me with a slightly longer speech, but it's coming to the very last part of it just now, Presiding Officer, you'll be relieved to hear. When I get home tonight, assuming that bedtime has been avoided again, I would think, I will be asked the question, what did you do in Parliament today, Dad? And it will be a source of enormous pride that I can answer that question by saying, well, Matthew, I, along with my colleagues, voted into law the articles of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And there is something quite simply legislatively beautiful about incorporating the schedule of this Act into Scots law, to translate into our domestic legislation these fabulous words developed around the world, given to us through the United Nations to say to all of us, this is what you should do if you want to make sure your children have the greatest opportunities and the greatest protection in their life. And members of this Parliament who have laboured on this question for so long should be able to vote tonight with enormous pride in what they are doing to safeguard the interests of our children in the future. And we need to live up to the words that we've put into statute tonight to protect children and young people in their best interests in the years to come.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the debate on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Incorporation Scotland Bill, and it's now time to move on to the next item of business after a short pause.
Thank you, colleagues. Now, given the time, I'm minded to accept a motion without notice to bring forward decision time to now. Could I invite Patrick Harvey as a member of the Bureau to move the motion?
I so move.
Thank you very much, Mr Harvey. So I'll put the question. The question is that decision time is brought forward to now. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you very much. Now, before we come to decision time, could I just ask, I'm not going to suspend business, but could I ask members to refresh their voting app? So you don't have to put in the code again, just refresh. And it should refresh on the last vote that you are engaged in. And anybody that's joined online, perhaps if we put the pin up online in the blue jeans. Thank you, yeah. Function. Thank you, colleagues. In that case, I think nobody seems to have indicated any difficulty, so I think we're going to go straight to the vote. There's only the one question this evening, but it's on legislation, so we aren't going to vote. The question is that motion 24369, in the name of John Swinney, on the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, Incorporation Scotland Bill at Stage 3 be agreed, and members may cast their votes now. This is a 1-minute division on the UNCRC bill. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. Point of order for Gil Pattison.
Hello, Presiding Officer. I'm afraid my app wouldn't work this time. I would have voted yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr Pattison. That will be noted. Your vote will be added. Point of order from Anas Sarwar.
Point of order, Presiding Officer. My apologies. I wasn't able to log into the app and I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Sarwar. Your vote will be added. Thank you very much for the point of order. Thank you. The result of the vote on motion 24369 in the name of John Swinney is yes 114. There were no votes against, there were no abstentions. The motion is agreed and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child Incorporation Scotland Bill is passed. Thank you, colleagues. That concludes decision time. We're going to move on shortly to members' business. Before I do, just remind members when leaving the chamber just to be careful to observe social distancing rules, wear your masks and follow the one-way systems. And we'll turn in a second to members' business in the...
What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.